the father is. Tune in to Sinetta, cause he the protector of the gods. I'm talking about Dr. Benjamin, Yusuf, Yacanan, and John. We got the scale of my art. If he light as a feather, let's go and weigh his heart. I am the shrine of Ptah. If you say I am, better recognize a god. All I see is pseudos and frauds. Kudos to my dogs. Shit judo for you frogs. I think it's time to hop off the environment. Oh, you didn't know? It's environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? It's environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? It's environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? It's environment tough.
Will survive. Comedic knowledge on the rise. Raising consciousness divine. To the truth we subscribe. Jabari leading the way. Shaka almost don't play. Sonetta done open the gates. And up and banging the day. It's a family for the culture. Rebuking all you vultures. Self environment full of soldiers. Unlock your mind, they'll expose you. HOK is the squad. Debating the truth is a nod. Watch where you step in the pod. Or they'll tear you apart.
Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. 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 Environment tough.
Frankie on the trendsetter.
You did it again, man.
General, HOK Field Marshal, you know?
Nation.
None of them can better dance on the top.
Revelation, set the top.
Violate the general. Head up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the crown. Hector West the heart, we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More just want make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth, him a really scored on. 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like him. All I found the black woman not all like Ulls and the Yana for sister freedom. And the whole panel know what time for Bible thumping. The minute them see me come. Revelation set. Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Coast to coast, we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge, we be slanging. In the HOK, we don't do no entertaining.
Speak the truth, speak the facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark spots of the light.
The dark heart still fight.
You
We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the conscious, my clan now.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
When I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee. If I lift it up, you niggas gonna see where the gun might be. I thought I told ya. Affirmation, revelation, we some soldiers. Sonetta put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and flying the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed, a few things still say the same.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. None of them can mother dance Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Peace, assalamu alaikum, hotep, namaste, jambo, ashe, shalom, shalom, all the greetings of love and light, to the darkest minds of the light, to the HOK, to those who are ready and willing to be enlightened, and for your beliefs to often be challenged. So I appreciate everyone who's in here. Peace to Amin Ra McCarthy. Yes, the Afro Nation sister Lady Kier and her husband, Devin. Peace to everyone that I see in the chat. Love you. And now let's get this going. So, as you see, before we do go, we have an upcoming debate. We have Pastor Reggie versus Black Sage, formerly known as Brother or Elder Yara. So what we're going to do is look forward to hearing them, these two titans, debate three men who never died. Are the origins of the Trinity biblical? We'll see what that's going to be good. Of course, these are always great debates. We have the top-notch quality debates here in the HOK Coliseum. Hit the like button, please. August 17th at 7 p.m. is when this will be taking place. So tune in and be there. Now, today, everybody, I'm asking that you have your cameras on if you can. Those who can't, I've already spoken to them ahead of time. And so they let me know that they won't be able to come up. But this is going to be a great discussion. I'm bringing everybody up on the panel in a second. 7, I don't see if you're even on. I don't know what's going on with your 7. Oh, there you are. Okay. Are you not capable of camming up, 7? Let me see. Let's see here. Let me get this off the screen. Tune into this great debate. All the debates are great when they're here in the Coliseum. All right, we're going to have a great discussion. Hi, everyone. I'm adding Judanaz. I'm adding Rakufu. Thank you so much for being here. And our friend 7. This is going to be a very long-awaited topic, if you ask me, because we don't often really talk about atheism. We know we have atheists in this community, but we really don't address atheists on their beliefs, why they believe, and, the reasons they believe and where their belief even comes from. So today we're going to start. This is going to be a series, but this is a debut. I would like to start it. I was going to hold off for a little bit longer because I have 2 other people joining that I really want to join the discussion because I am going to show 2 or 3 other people. I'm going to show a clip of yours truly calling into The Line, which is a notorious show hosted by Matt Dillahunty. And Matt Dillahunty he's not a PhD. He's not a doctor. He's not a scientist. I saw some of that going on in Facebook, like, oh, Napat tried to go up against a PhD. And first off, there are many PhDs that I've challenged, but I digress. So Matt Dillahunty is a well-known atheist. He was formerly a Baptist Christian. So very much in common with atheists is that they always are once upon a time in the Christian church, worshiping, and then they decide, I don't want to subscribe to being a theist. Now I want to be an atheist. And that's their prerogative. This show is not to tell them, oh, we're bashing you for what you are. See, that's what atheists do. And that's what Matt Dillahunty does. You notice that a lot of atheists, to make themselves feel better, not all atheists. So I do know some atheists that are very neutral. They don't care what you believe. But for the most part, atheists are very eager to demean people, be condescending, ridicule, humiliate. It gets them. It's almost like that's what fills the void that's there that used to be a part of what they felt like for doing good. Now they switch over. When they become an atheist, they start to get a pleasure out of trying to make people who don't believe like them feel less than them, or actually feel bad about believing in a higher power, in a God. So I'll go around the panel before I show the clip where I called in to Matt Dillahunty, and I'm going to critique it a little bit, and then I'm going to ask questions of the panel. Like I said, we're waiting on a few other people. So let me go around and just let the ones who've joined us now. I thank you so much for being here. Let's let people introduce themselves. Take just about a minute, no longer, and just introduce yourself and give us some background on where you stand. If you are a theist, that's important. We need to hear that, or an atheist. So I'll start with Judah Naz, and then I'll go on to Rakufu, and we'll end with my brother Seven. Go ahead, Judah.
Thank you, Sister Nepal. Hey, into the chat. And if you guys saw me acting like a donkey a couple of days ago, alcohol is bad for you. So, with that said,
we're going to keep this for this is a
I know.
show. Don't bring up anything outside of this show.
So everyone knows I'm Judah Naz from the Tour of Nights. You'll see me on HOK mopping floors with cats. Shout out to my team. Shout out to Sister Nepal. Shout out to Ellis and Salmetta. Shout out to the panel and the chat. Y'all know that I'm a hardcore believer, but I don't. Even though I'm not religious, I am very spiritual, and I'm not going to get into details or anything or whatever. But I know that some people have certain. Me and Nepal talk about today. What do you call it? They have a certain concept. Certain people have a certain concept of God. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. So
not certain. Everyone. I argue that everyone does. You can't avoid it. But go ahead.
It's unavoidable. So you know what I mean. So mine is more psychology, spirit, mind, noetics type, intellect. I call the Most High the mind of minds, which probably isn't even sufficient to describe him. But as far as our understanding, he's the great mind of spirits or minds. So yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and thank you for that, Judah. So Judah is a theist. So we're just going to make sure that everybody keeps that in mind as we go forward. And now we have our brother, our Rakufu. Thank you for coming in. Just first off, let us know if you're an atheist or a theist, and then just introduce yourself and give us a little background if you can.
Well, I like to fashion myself as an ominous, as opposed to a theist or a non-believer, because a theist would be one. And in mathematics, I believe math doesn't. The Romans got it wrong. I believe they started 1 to 10. In the objective realm, I believe 0 to 9 in the subjective realm, the 360 degrees, and then the dot in the middle representing radiation or R.I.S spiritual system. So my thing would be that we are animated by the great animator. The great animator is neither woman nor man nor woman. It's the creator of those things, and our thoughts are coming from a divine ocean creator, and that's just basically how I wrap that up.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Seven Asar. We have a brother joining us, Shu Amun.
Oh, thank you. And last but not least,
go ahead, Seven, and then we'll let this brother introduce himself. He wants to join the conversation.
We have a brother joining us, Shu Amun. Last but not least,
go ahead, Seven, and then we'll let this. All right, I'll let him get that together. Seven, please introduce yourself and let us know if you are a theist or an atheist, and give us some background on that if you can.
First, I'd like to say peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. My name is Seven Asar. You've heard me on this platform many a times, giving my opinions and adding and building on subjects. As far as myself, I don't know if I could call myself a theist. I do believe in a higher power. I don't quantify that higher power in a deity or a creator in the terms. I don't give it a particular name. I know it's something that's beyond my understanding, and to give it names or create a concept around that, my concept would probably be based more within nature than anything else. I think that's the closest thing that we could get to the truth of what that higher power is. And all the knowledge that I know and the people that I know that I got knowledge from, got that from observing nature, all the way from mathematics to science. So that's how I feel about it. And I'm ready to jump into the subject and give my opinions and views.
Thank you, Seven. And moving right along to a newcomer, I'm glad you joined, Brother Shu Amun. Brother Shu Amun, or Shu Amun, let us know a little bit of your background, but please let us be clear and let us know if you are a theist. And when I say theist, I mean, do you believe in a higher power? So I just want to be clear on that. Do you believe there is a higher power, something outside of us that is, what, not even higher power, just something that is unseen? We call it theist. Or are you an atheist? So do you say, no, there's nothing but what we see in the natural world? You're muted. Yes.
Hey, greetings and peace to the panel. Thanks
Yes.
for having me. I appreciate it always. In short, I consider myself to be liberated. I practice a way of liberation, whatever it allows me to express myself freely and stand in truth. In terms of a higher power, I can only say that I cannot put that higher power into words. I know that there's something within me, as well as it implies outside of me, that is happening on its own accord. So I look into like what Brother Asar said in terms of nature being, in a way to say, a way of describing or even a part of that happening, like, if you want to say, in order for me to even understand what that higher power is. So I'm all about, liberation and learning. So I'm always learning from you all. So, thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so you're not an atheist, correct?
I have no particular stance. I practice many things. The main thing that I practice is martial art. It allows me to express myself freely as a human being, and through it, it has introduced me to the way of the warrior, and that is something that I feel allows me to be connected to all of the things that I practice. I've been founded in Christianity. I've practiced Islam. I've practiced Buddhism. I've practiced Taoism. I've practiced even, to my knowledge, I have a mentor that told me that they don't really have a name for like the ancient Kemetic spiritual practices, but I've even tapped into that as well. So my ultimate thing is freedom. Whatever's going to allow me to be free and express myself honestly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And now we have our brother Asar Ka joining us. Thank you, Asar. Would you let the people know a little bit about you as far as your belief system? Are you an atheist or a theist? I know, but let everybody else in the audience know.
Hi, I'm Asar Ka, and I'm a believer.
Hello, Asar.
Thank you, Asar.
Everybody say it together. Hello, Athar.
Hi.
That's a good one. That was good.
I'm a Shemsu Asar. We follow certain Necharu in their methods and in the ethics that they leave for the people, as well as some of my Congolese culture, which is mostly Ifa. So my main thing is being a Shemsu Asar, as our culture created the Necharu dance for that particular Necher. And I believe the universe is alive and a few other things. Absolutely.
Awesome. And I appreciate you coming in. That was great how you opened that. That was really fun. But I want to say, I want to ask everyone if you noticed, the audience, everyone in the panel, you notice how everybody, if not most people, if not everybody that answered, made it clear that they don't really lean so much towards it, just like, okay, yes, I worship a God, but they more opened up and let us know about just a deeper, more, they explained a little more than, oh yeah, I'm a theist. And for me, I think that's great, because we do want to work at looking at the minds of atheists, and we want to walk it down very slowly. What am I talking about? Let's start where there's not really a God. So I like how people are like, I don't know about being a theist, but this. So let's just start with the supernatural, right? And I'm going to go around, or everybody, jump in. Do you think that, or have you seen that most atheists will say there's no supernatural, there's nothing else spiritual, which has really nothing to do with the God, right? I mean, it could have to do with the God, but not necessarily. But when they say we reject the worship of a higher power, they also throw away everything that's phenomenal, like astral projection, ESP, what else? Help me out, y'all. Y'all know what I'm saying, right? Like all of these extrasensory perception things and things that are phenomenal. Oh, UAPs even. They're like, oh no, there's just the natural world. So I like how people made it clear, like, I wouldn't call myself a theist because in essence, let me just get the definition. Theists would talk about a worship of a God, but we see atheists are a little bit, it's like their atheism, for me, I don't want to, I'm going to say it. It's like a sickness that spread, and then it goes into everything else that they cannot see or explain. So they just make it like, oh, that's something that has to do with believing in God. So I reject that, right? And it usually gets them in a bad situation where they can't even explain why there are studies of afterlife experiences and reincarnation experiences, right? So past life regression, or whatever you want to call it. What do you think about that? I'm going to hand the mic just to the whole crowd, but notice that they have to reject everything and not just a God, or they usually do. So that's why I liked how some people were making it clear, like, I wouldn't call myself a theist, but I do believe in this and I do believe in that. But with them, they're like, because I'm an atheist, I can't say that astral projection is possible, because that's going to make me look like some weird, silly believer. What do you think about that?
Well, atheism is a religion rooted in not using what's your logic. Like, but then they wound up like admitting God is real by talking about God as if he exists, or it exists, or however you want to say that.
Yeah,
right? They don't
what
say.
do you think about them rejecting everything, though? I wanted to just touch on that.
I mean, because
I don't know if that's all atheists, though, right? I think there's some, and I disagree with you, Judah Nass, that atheists are illogical, because I think they think with a little bit too much logic, right? And then sometimes, things that we don't understand, we can't write them off to just, it just doesn't exist. We have to say we don't understand. That's what atheists don't do. They use more logical thought than to look at something that they don't understand and say maybe that these ranges of possibilities could be acceptable, right? So they don't accept, some don't accept, past life experiences, or people saying that they seen ghosts, or, well, I think there's scientific explanations for all of that. We just don't know the answer, so we give them those names and make it spiritual, when I think it's more based on something that's more reality and tangible. We just don't understand it yet.
Right.
But
science hasn't explained it at all. So just like with God, and so I appreciate you.
That goes to my point. Yeah, that goes to my point of how they think. They think more like a scientist, right? Than someone who would be like what the brother said in the last show we had. Can you mix science and spirituality and look at something you don't understand and say, well, maybe this possibility is this and that and that? They're not moving into those squares of outside the box. They're not looking outside of the box. They're just a scientist that's looking ahead. That's what I think atheists look at when you speak on God.
Yeah, for me, I thank you for adding that, but I disagree with, from what I've seen, Atheists say they rely on science and they say that they have a scientific mind, but it's really scientism. They are really very biased. They really stick with their beliefs so strongly, just like a Christian, a radical Christian or a radical Muslim. So I haven't seen one atheist that to date that is not biased, because anything that even has a semblance of pointing toward that there is a higher power, a God, they usually reject it. And if they find that there's more information coming out on it, like consciousness, then they will acquiesce to say, okay, I know, but then they go right back into something that feeds to their bias. And they rely on scientism. That's how I've seen most atheists. And so that's just my opinion. And I appreciate you.
No, I think that's an excellent point, sis, because they wouldn't be atheists if they would agree that it would be, inspired by God, or, if you gave them information and kind of boxed them in, how could they be atheists if they agreed with you? So I agree. The bias is there.
So I would wonder, how is it possible for us to be, I think an atheist limits itself because, for one, the animating electrical, I don't know, atom, neutron, whatever that is that you feel in your palm, that little itch that animates the whole body, they cannot explain the components to actually make that happen and make it happen in real time. So they just experience life. They go through life experiencing life, and I think that's crippling to them.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
listen,
yeah.
real quick. So, Seven, you're not capable of turning on your camera, correct?
No, not at the moment. It wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, great. And so I just want to check. No, because I see, Gideon, if you can turn on your camera, I would like you to do that. We're trying to keep the cameras on. If it's not a problem for you, I understand if you can't, like if it's something like he said, he's maybe indisposed. But thank you. And thank you for joining, Gideon. Before Judah, I'm going to get to you right after I let Gideon introduce himself. Gideon, if you could just briefly introduce yourself and let people know if you are an atheist or a theist, or where you stand with your belief. I call it a conceptualization of God, because for me, I'm going to just put it on the board right now, the table. Atheists, their belief is centered on God. You see the title, it says, if there were no God, there would be no atheist. So for me, it's just their conceptualization. So how do you, Gideon, conceptualize God? Are you a believer? Or are you a non-believer?
First, I want to say, how you doing, Pa? Appreciate you letting me on. Want to give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yeshua. With that being said, I'm definitely a believer.
Okay, great. Awesome. He says 6 likes. I know there are not only 6 likes in here. Let me...
Now, with that being said, Pa, can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. I definitely believe that there is a creator. But so what I'm saying, is not directed to you nor neither Judah, because y'all believe in the Most High. But if I can, since there are no atheists on the panel, I'm with your permission, Pa, can I rather be the devil's advocate or take the coattails from those who do not believe in the Most High?
Sure, if you want to. I don't have any problem with you doing that, but I would like to address the audience. We have 115 people in here. There's 36 likes. Thank you, H. Millette. Please get the likes up. There should be a little bit more, if at least half of the viewing audience. It takes nothing to hit the like button. So hit the like button, and we can have a great show. I appreciate you for tuning in. So what do you mean by being the devil's advocate?
Well, like I said, you're not going to find too many atheists, I don't think, that would just come up here head first, because you present a pretty strong argument as how you view the Most High. So that's not going to happen. So instead of just kind of having an echo chamber, I would like to be the devil's advocate for those who believe in theism but do not believe in the Most High. That's what I mean. I want to remove the coattails, because, my brother Sarim Khan and, these brothers are riding the coattails of the Most High into a theistic position.
Okay, wait. So you gonna do like a scrimmage, like the team splits
He
up,
want
you
to
wear
battle a
red.
little bit. Yeah, he want to get it on a little bit.
Okay, but I thought we had some atheists joining. I mean, I was waiting actually for the atheists, especially we the resident atheist Cube. I thought he would definitely join since he's a fan of Matt Dillahunty, because I will be going over the interaction that I had with him, and we're going to really look at just the way atheists, the way they are. Now, if you're a nice, friendly atheist, that's like when people say, well, I'm a good witch, So we love you out there, the nice atheists. Yes, I know one or maybe two very balanced, kind atheists. Got that out of the way. The other, so 2% of the atheists are nice. The other 98% are usually bitter, looking for somebody to try to hurt somebody's feelings, always trying to show people that anyone that believes in anything outside of natural of nature and the natural world is dumb. So yeah, we're gonna look at him in a minute in the clip. But yeah, there aren't any atheists joining. This is crazy.
And I want to add that I was going to do some pushback anyway, because there are some things that I think that atheists, I can understand why they look at certain issues a certain way. So there
Okay,
were
well,
some things
you can
that I
jump
put
on the
back.
team with Gideon. Let's talk. I'm gonna let you go in just a second, Shu Amun, because I did tell Judah once Gideon spoke. So please come in right after Judah, Shu Amun. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Judah. Say what you were wanting to say earlier.
Yeah, thank you. So before SAR7 came in and cut me off. So once again, it is a religion based upon an illogical point of view, and it's not based on intellect. It's not based on science. It's not based on it's not based on none of that, right? They will say something stupid like, "Prove to me God."
Yeah, no, they always say that.
Like, how can I prove to you God? So they're talking about things that are like tangible all the time. First off, anyone that knows anything,
they're just talking about you having a belief, right? That's
no,
it.
no. It's like saying to somebody. No. It's like saying to somebody, taste ice cream for me.
Yeah.
Taste it. It's like, now, are you tasting that ice cream for me? Well, taste broccoli for me and tell me what broccoli tastes like. It's like, I can't taste it for you. It's your conceptualization of God.
It's a walk you have to do yourself. You know what I mean?
But don't you have to be a believer to?
Hold on, brother. You've been going on, brother. I can barely talk, and I get it, bro.
Go ahead. My bad. My apologies. My apologies. Go ahead, brother.
You're good. I'm just saying, hold your thought. We're gonna let him go, and then we're gonna let Shua Moon come in, and you come in right after him.
So again, atheism is a religion based. It's illogical, right? So again, if I were to talk to everyone in the chat like they were 7 years old, it would be like this: you sitting there with a steak and vegetables and mashed potatoes, whatever, it's piping hot. Judah Nass comes, I walk up to you and I'm like, hey man, who made that plate of food for you? And you say, nobody. Nobody made this food. Bro, what do you mean it's piping hot? There's steak right there. There's different. Like, what do you mean no one made this? Oh man, you're religious, man. No one made this food. So you're gonna sit there and argue with the person, or you know what I mean? Like, who's illogical? It's illogical. Like, there's sometimes they even admit that there's God, but they're saying, I think they're really saying, yeah, I believe God exists, but I don't have any faith in them. I think they should, like, because modern atheism is different than the atheism of the Greek days, where the Greeks rejected the gods of Greece. Modern atheism now is just like, they're talking about what you call the Abrahamic faith point of view. So they're saying, okay, I'll reject that. But they're not saying I can't disprove God. You know what I mean? Exactly. They never even put forth that postulation. So yeah.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Judy. Now we're gonna let Shu and Moon come in, just like I mentioned.
No problem. No, thank you. No, I think it's levels to what an atheist is. I just want to say first and foremost, to my knowledge, that they would not exist if it weren't for the fact that there is such thing as someone who believes in a God. So I'm just going to say that. With my experience, though, what I have learned is that with some, they're atheists by default. So it's not that they don't believe, they just have not experienced the evidence that would make them believe. Because some people have a concept, like you brought up a concept, Sister Napa, wherein they might have believed in God, but now they no longer. But then there are some who have never been introduced to a concept whatsoever. So all they have is experience. So are we going to say that they are atheists because they don't believe, or are they just being who and what they are? So I'm just curious as to what is truly the definition, not by a whole bunch of words and what the words define, but what is the definition of an atheist to someone who is a believer in God? That's what I would want to know.
The atheist, the statement, the quote is by the quote that if there were no God, there would be no atheist. So you made a great statement, and that particular statement is by Chesterton. And Chesterton, there are philosophers out here, people we've been having this conversation for centuries, right? So what is a theist? A theist is a person who, first and foremost, the actual definition is someone who believes in a higher power, a God, a deity. However, as we progress, theism and versus atheism is becoming like a person who believes in nothing outside of the natural world, nothing outside of academic science, nothing that hasn't been proven. They reject it. So it's no longer just not believing in a God. They reject anything spiritual, anything phenomenal, anything that cannot be explained. Like when we talk about the children reincarnating, or again, like astral projection, out-of-body experiences. They reject people saying that they had an afterlife experience, like they an NDE, a near-death experience, where they die and they come back. So now it's not just about not believing in a God, like the basic definition. The way that it's progressing, the definition of atheist is that they reject everything that cannot be proven by natural science or outside the natural world by academic science. Now, also the definition in Merriam-Webster says that it is a religious position, which I'm so happy that they have added that, because at the end of the day, as much as they tout themselves as being more intelligent, more logical, they're absolutely not. They're believers, just like everyone else, because that is how our mind works. That's how our mind works. So when you say, what is a theist? A theist is actually someone who has a human brain, and their brain starts to, with consciousness. Now we're getting into consciousness. You start to conceptualize. You can't help it. You can walk around and say, I'm a theist. I'm an atheist. Just like you have a bunch of people who walk around saying, I'm a Christian, but they do the worst things. You can walk around and say it, but you can't deny that your brain works to a point where you gravitate towards something, you value something more than something else, you start to hold something dear, and then you turn it with those who are traditional theists. I know I'm going long, I promise I'll pass the mic a few times. But with traditional theists, we start calling it divine. Don't touch that. It's sacred. So with them, they don't put those labels on it, atheists, but they have that. They have that very much. They have family. They have their values, things that they value. So you can't get around. So what is an atheist? What is a theist? A theist is a person who uses their brain. Atheist is someone who uses their brain. They just put labels on it, like now, and I'm parking my car. Now, because there's God with these people who, well, let me scratch that. Because these people accept that there is an existence of God, I am going to move to the position where I reject the existence of God. God is still centered in their life. That's all I want to
Well,
say.
If I may
atheist.
say this real quick, and then I promise I'll pass the mic because I want to come back to what she said and
Yeah,
what
because
I'm trying to say based on
she
what she
did
said.
say I would speak next. So go ahead, brother.
I got you, brother. So I just want
When
to say
do
this
I get
why
to
I asked the
speak?
question. Why I asked the question because she said something about the concept. So what I'm trying to understand is what is your mind like prior to a concept? That's why I was asking that question because when you and I are thinking, your mind and my mind are not the same. When we are thinking, my mind and your mind are not the same. But when we are not thinking, your mind and my mind are the same because now we're looking at our nature and
Not always.
just
You have
being
your subconscious mind. You have your subconscious mind.
Yeah,
So
when are you not thinking?
yeah,
you're not thinking, right? So you have no
No,
idea.
when
You
are
have
you
no
never
concept.
thinking? When are you never thinking though? That's my question.
Well, I mean, for me personally, that there's a thing called meditation, right? You're not trying to get rid of your thoughts, but you are allowing your mind to just be.
But you're
You
still in a
know,
subconscious mind. When you're
I was just
meditating.
about to say that.
So Asar 7, I know you're waiting, but Asar,
Go
if
ahead.
you want to
Go
come
ahead.
back in, that was a great question, though. We want to still elaborate on that. I want to get everybody in. 7.
Yeah, go ahead, brother Star. No,
Because
no, let brother Star speak. He
and then you
hasn't
can take
really
longer,
spoken.
7. Get it? You can go
Yeah,
longer.
no problem. It's
Thank
no
you so
problem.
much.
I
Go
love to
ahead,
hear my
7.
brother speak. Go ahead.
What did you want to say about what I was speaking about, or what?
When we talk about the atheist is basically someone who just has an absent in belief of the systems that we use generally. And this is why you see a lot of them still into some type of outer force or something greater than them, things of that nature. The problem with them is most of them are just materialists. Like I think you just mentioned Max Mueller, or not
Well,
Max.
Max Mueller, yeah, that is.
Yeah, you
We can go.
mentioned one of them dudes. And they're
I don't think
materialists.
I mentioned him. I mentioned
So
Chesterton. He's
Chester,
not a materialist, though. But go ahead.
I heard of Chester too, but Chester's the same way. He's a materialist. So when you ask them questions about what happens in a dream and then deja vu takes place later on, there's no explanation because unless you're in contact with the universe and the universe allows you to see ahead of time, there's no way for them to explain that event. They're stuck in the concrete. And if you're stuck in the concrete, then that means you can't expound on anything. But we all know we can expound on things. Another problem atheists have is the fact that they come up with ideas about the universe, such as no free will. And if there's no free will, that means you have to do whatever the programmer of the universe inferred you to do. And if there's a programmer for the universe, since they like to use math, then you fall victim to the fact that something or someone or some being is manipulating and creating things. So a lot of them are not familiar with these types of arguments, how Richard Dawkins fell victim to it, how Roger Penrose began to submit to it when there's got to be some type of giant alien out there controlling all that extracurricular stuff that they said after they declared there was no God. So these are the things that they run into when you talk about a materialistic world, because there's no way you should be able to have deja vu, and every last one of us has had an event that we dreamed about, that we in a place we were never at before. It's just a fact.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Well,
land
thank
my
you.
plane there before I keep going.
And you brought up Sir Roger Penrose. I'm going to put a pin in that too, because we're going to get back to Sir Roger Penrose. Thank you for waiting, 7. Go ahead. What did you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that really the big difference between the big issues between theists and atheists is about proof and belief, right? Because just like what you guys just said, both have a belief, both have a belief, but then it hangs on proof. And how does each one measure what proof is? How do people in general measure what they consider proof of something to be real and proof of something isn't real? And what do we consider what real is? Is it physical? Is it spiritual? Is it conscious? Those questions are really what we're really dealing with. Because if you want to talk about a criteria of proof, then you have to go through the different ways that human beings has categorized what proof is of one thing or another, right? We can say, as you said, sister, in the scientific world, they would look at proof of God not being there, right?
Right.
Because
Thank you.
scientists don't look at something outside of that. And I think what an atheist is not the scientist, because the scientist still is a believer, though, right? Because in order for a scientist to move on from something that he's trying to discover or he believes exists, he has to test it and test it and test it until it either confirms what he believes and it becomes a fact, or it disproves what he believes and it's just a belief and a non-fact, and he moves on from that. So when you're talking about an atheist asking someone, give me proof of God, as a believer of someone who may be someone who believes in God, you can't really give them tangible proof of what an atheist would be asking you in a scientific way. You can't give them that proof. It's impossible for you to do that because nobody can prove what the. So even them, they're asking you that question because it's really about them trying to expose the fact that you believe, but they believe as well, just like you. They just don't believe. Belief is in just like you say, it's connected. Webster puts it in religious connotation because it's only connected to people when they speak on religion and the deity, they oppose it. But would atheism exist if there was no God? I mean, what is atheism? Atheism is a belief of no God. So could you say everybody would be an atheist? If there was no God and human beings was on this planet, would all the human beings be atheists? Because by definition, someone who is atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a higher power. So if people on this planet culturally didn't believe in a higher power, would they be atheists?
There wouldn't be any atheists because they need theists to be atheists. But I appreciate what you said. You made a great point, and I want to bring that back to the panel. They are believers. They always ask us, show us proof of God. They never say, let me show you proof there isn't God. They make their entire religion, which is all it is that a religion, their lifestyle, a lot of them, not all. There are some who, a very small percentage of them who just live their lives. They're good to people. They are, philanthropists, and they are good people going around doing things. But for the most part, atheists generally are bitter and they are very hurt. They feel like something as intrinsic as your God, something as deeply seated in your soul as your God has actually let them down. So they spend the rest of their existence once they state, I reject God, everybody, I'm part of the religion of atheism. After that, they just go on. Their whole purpose is to just go around attacking people who believe and trying to make them look bad. They never say, hey, I'm an atheist now. Now I'm going to go out and do good things in the world. Most of the time you see them trying to prove that God isn't real. That's what they do. It's bizarre. So, Judah, did you want to say something? I see you leaning forward.
Well, a lot of atheists make the mistake in the first place of saying that. What they forget is that the scientific equation for God and the scientific equation for the universe is the exact same. It starts at zero and it starts at a singularity. So when you start to talk science, then you understand that simple point. And the mathematical equation for God is zero. Starts as a singularity and then it spreads out the same way. So they don't win in that conversation. You just have to know how to say that or to bring out the math. So me being
That's
in
why I say,
cosmogony and
brother.
well, hold up before you go, family, and I'm gonna let you build with me. The second part of this, because they run into this hole, is that if it's a singularity, it still expands the same way. And the spiritualists created the science in the first place. The atheist separates the psychology that the spiritualists brought into play from what you now call science. Before, our earliest known actions of it is called Heka. So it's not like they invented the wheel again. They're just trying to claim the good stuff from it. So an atheist is not always relying on proof. They just say science says this. Science says a lot of things. And there's some things science can't prove. But last time I checked, Einstein found a ghost particle. And a few other scientists found a couple other things that led us to quantum physics, that started leading us to things that aren't physically tangible. So a materialist falls apart. And if you're a materialist, like most atheists are, you have a problem explaining Schrodinger's cat, which is the scientific experiment. So these are the parts where they start to fall down. They act as if they present proof, but I think it's Max Mueller. He puts in his book, and a lot of people try to use this. They're like, oh, see, particles can come into existence on their own. No, they can't. They forget that part of his book is speculation. He has no mechanism to show that. And science hasn't got to that point yet. And we don't think it necessarily will. We think something else may occur. It's just like evolution. Evolution doesn't require math, but they always ask you to use math and science. Yet you can't measure a soul, supposedly, but you can use Kelvin to measure energy, and the beginning of the universe starts with energy. It's too hot for matter, so there is no material other than the energy. So we know it starts with spirit. But these are the conversations that you have to have with an atheist who thinks he's on a high level or pretends as if they have the information to counterattack you. You just have to know science for real.
That's why I say, and I'm going to be real quick. That's why I say an atheist really isn't a scientist, because a scientist has to believe in order to move forward in his experiments and trying to get to a truth that he's trying to. An atheist is actually the person that that takes what the scientist is saying and just only takes the information. He's not trying to go beyond what the science is trying to figure out. Whatever the science discovers, that's what he's on. And so he's more of a person sitting in the chair, retaining information and not working outside of the box, where spirituality comes in. But we're both in the same boat, because nobody can prove either theology or concepts. It's just something that they believe, that they use. Now, belief can be powerful, right?
No, let me
Belief
stop
can
you.
be used to.
Hold on. We're in the same boat as far as we both have beliefs, but the theist has a stronger argument than the atheist, and and that's what I want to challenge any atheist to debate.
So you believe the theist has a stronger argument that God exists than that God doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
The theist has a much stronger argument that God exists than the atheist, because the atheist simply relies on just rejecting rejecting God, where the atheist rejects God, and where the theist can go into a lot of different areas. There is research done, and I'm going to share my PowerPoint. I think you were speaking about Max Planck when you said, but you said Max Mueller. I'm not sure if I know Max Mueller's research on the Hindu race and the Aryans, but I may be wrong. But when you said the thing about particles and science, I'm almost that would, for me, Max Planck even comes in. He is the founder, the father of quantum mechanics, and so I appreciate that the brother brought that up, because I'm going to share. This is where I'm going.
So you're saying quantum mechanics is more proof that God exists?
Yes.
Because of well, I disagree with that, but I want to see your
let me let you know, because even what Asar said about Schrodinger's cat, these are things that now science has said, oh, we can talk about this in science. but they've been things since antiquity and ancient times that have been phenomenal and were put in were labeled as spiritual. But now,
that goes to my original point of us labeling, well, some spiritual people labeling things spiritual or God because they don't understand it. So they go through their concept and they give it that label. And for me, it's just a scientifical discovery that either we don't understand, right, or hasn't been discovered yet. Now, there are things that have been
but
discovered
let
in
me,
the past.
I gotta stop
Hold
you
on, there are
again.
things that have been discovered in the past that we don't understand today that some of our ancestors were doing. So
Okay, now hold on.
I hear what you're saying.
No,
I hear what you're
actually,
saying, but that's
you already
not
said
proof
it.
of God.
You want to hurry up and get that out? Go ahead. I'll let you get it out. He
I'm
dropped
finished.
out. Go ahead. What did you want to finish saying?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said? I dropped out.
No, you
I
were
was
like rushing because I was just trying to like interject, but yeah, you're right. Let me let you finish. And then I will explain that no, it's just because somebody that is a group of people who are secular come in and say, and I'm glad Genesis joined because she's going to come in and talk a little bit about, she showed me something about the oh my God, what was it? The code. Well, she'll talk about it. So just because someone comes in and said, this is what this is, it's not what they said in ancient times, it's this, doesn't mean that, oh, see, it's not God. No. It is God. You decided to call it something else. So now theists can go around saying, see, that's not God. That's not God at all. That's actually, this is this, but it is God.
Queen of Pop. And Queen of
Aren't you
Pop,
doing the same thing they doing? You doing the same thing, the Pa. You doing the same thing they do.
Can you hear the brother speaking, Seven? He's talking.
I was just going to say, I think that's the issue with atheists is that because they're not making the claim. You said earlier that you feel as though you have a stronger argument, but that's because you're making the claim. And when it comes to, like, for example, what I've learned from this example of an atheist is that you now have the burden of proof because you're making the claim. You are the one that has to prove it, being that they don't believe. Now, again, this goes back to what I said earlier. There's levels to it because some don't believe by default. They probably were just born and they were never introduced to there being a God or anything like that. And so therefore you would have to give them the evidence because they have no knowledge of it. They have not experienced it. And then those who may have practiced it, they're looking at it like, well, I mean, hey, I practiced it, but I don't see the evidence. So now I'm an atheist by default. And now you have the burden of proof because you're making the claim. And then what they also do is they'll say like, they'll say that what I notice about them is that when it comes to science, they'll go with science, but they won't. They instead of them what's the word I'm looking for? Instead of them categorizing it, I want to say categorizing it as they do with science, they won't characterize it by saying that God did. And so they'll just leave it to science because the science is what's giving them the substantial evidence. So I think that's why there's that gap there, that issue there, wherein, you're making the claim and you may not see from their position because you have, I'm going to say this respectfully because I'm not going to lie. I got number love for everybody on the panel. I learned so much from everybody, newcomers, people who've already been here, everything, right? So when you were on the panel earlier yesterday morning, and I noticed what was going on, that's why I said, hey, look, I don't want no smoke because I didn't even know what was going on. I just know how you get down when you're passionate and things like that, and I respect it. But what I had said to Q the other day was, well, look, she has not experienced not believing, and so you can't convince her to not believe. That doesn't make sense. You're not the one that's making I don't even understand why he would be making the claim when that's not the claim. The claim is that you believe, and so therefore you have the burden of proof. And I'm just saying that respectfully. That's
you
the
said it though.
angle.
You said it a lot, brother.
I'm just saying that's
I'm not
the angle
offended by you
that
saying that. I just want you to, I'm not offended by you saying that, because you're absolutely 100% wrong. Like most atheists say that, even though you're not. I don't have to prove that God exists to anybody if it's my conceptualization of God. An atheist has to prove, if they want to do this proof game, if I have to prove God exists, an atheist has to prove God doesn't exist. So it's a wash. That's
why I say it's a proof game.
Okay,
that's why I say it's a proof game.
Me making the claim that God exists is exactly equal to them making the claim that God does not exist. So I don't have any burden of proof. They don't have to prove to me. I don't have to prove to them. They are the ones saying God doesn't exist. That's their issue. That's their belief.
Queen, I'm gonna push back. Didn't you just
all this stuff about science proves this and that? No. They say
Queen Apply, didn't you just say you have more proof that God exists than they have proof that he didn't?
Yes, I do have more, but I'm not.
So you are making the claim that you feel better.
Why are you talking
I'm just saying.
No.
I just feel like somebody needs to interrupt.
And now you're talking over me. But then, I mean, I'll give you the mic. Yes,
finish your thought.
Whatever. Oh my God. Genesis, go ahead and talk, because this is ridiculous. It's crazy. And now here we come with the sexism. It's bizarre how men, especially we need more women in here. Like, how is it woman logic?
There was no sexism, sister. Please don't introduce that.
Talking about the comment below.
What are you doing?
I didn't see it.
Seven, what are you doing?
I didn't see it because I was gonna say I'm not sexist, so I didn't see no comment all of it.
I mean,
I'm glad you wasn't. I appreciate that. My apologies for accusing you of that.
You're fine. I'm just saying, Seven, I wanted to get my whole statement out. I said we don't have to prove anything to each other. However, the theist would have more of a stance of being able to prove God is real than an atheist. Because when you talk about these things that are phenomenal, consciousness, because science, we can leave quantum physics to the side for a second, because they still cannot tell us why, cannot explain things like bilocation and such things that kind of, there's a gray area when we talk about the metaphysical and quantum physics. In fact, a lot of quantum physics for years and years and decades and centuries and millennia, people have known such things that Max Planck came along and barely said, okay, yeah, this is what this is. But people already knew it. Now, we want to say, oh, well, then it's not God, because we can explain it. Just because we find things that we can put labels on and explain it in science doesn't mean it's not God. It doesn't. So that's coming from me. That's coming from me. But back to what you and the brother said, especially the brother, this thing about she did not believe, it doesn't matter. He's still believing. Cuba's a believer. He's a believer. He hasn't proven anything. He decided to believe that God doesn't exist. I'll say it again. And then I want Genesis to come in if she can hear me. Atheists believe that God doesn't exist. They have absolutely no hard evidence, no full evidence that there's no God. They can use little bits here and there like, well, see, thunder isn't because God's mad. It's because, there's this hot air and then there's this cold air in a cloud. No, they are not proving that God doesn't exist. They're using little bits and pieces to try to say, just like a theist would say, well, there was a person, they had a near-death experience and they saw God, so God must be real. It's the same thing. They are believers. They don't have any hardcore 100% evidence that God doesn't exist. And God is centered on their belief because their belief is based on rejecting the existence of God. Our belief isn't based on what they believe. Their belief is based on what theists believe. And I'm going to go back to Chesterton. If there were no God, there would be no atheist. So thank you for letting me get that out. Go ahead, Genesis. Thank you for joining. Can you let the people know if you're a theist or an atheist? And explain that thing about the science. Can you hear me? I don't think she can even hear me. Because she was telling us a story about this scientist that went around this African tribe, and he learned a lot about this voodoo ritual that they do with binary code, and he took the actual ritual and turned it into a program, like a computer program. So I mean, I'm handing the mic over. Genesis, if you end up hearing me, come on in. But that was what I was trying to say. It's like, just because they put a label on it and say, oh, this is this, that doesn't discount the fact that it's God. The God that I know. So go ahead.
Queen of Pie, I was making the point that you did answer the question.
Yeah.
Because when you said
I'm gonna play that.
that your concept, your conceptualization. Remember, you and I said I didn't want to smoke, but I was making a point. And then I even agreed with you about conceptualization into actualization, right? This is what I learned from Bruce. This is what I learned from Bruce Lee. The individual is more important than any style or system. And so for me, that's the individual is more important than any theory or religion in this particular topic. Because at the end of the day, no individual to experience it, then there is no way to prove it except for within your own experience. So all I was saying was, you did not experience not believing. And so at that point, it's not up to you to show how he is wrong for I guess what I'm saying is for not believing or oh man, I messed that up there. But yeah, I'm just saying,
like what you're saying. I don't have the burden of proving God to him. Is that what you're saying? Because I really don't. I don't have to prove God to him.
What I'm saying is you proved it through your statement that your concept of God is your own personal belief. You do it through your belief, through your faith. Is that correct?
Yes, it's everyone has their own concept. When you have people come in, let's not even use atheists because it is a religion. Let's use Christians. Christians continuously trying to proselytize and beat Christianity into the minds of people. All the blood that's been shed, all the people the lives that have been lost, all the cultures that have been stripped away from people and their own traditional religious practices, all because people wanted to make somebody see God and believe God the way they say. It's absolutely a failure. That's why religion it's not authentic. You see, when people get along and they congregate, like if I'm a Christian and then I meet someone who is a Christian like I am a Christian, not exactly the same. We don't have the same conceptualization of God. It's impossible. We do follow things like, oh, I love Jesus. You love Jesus? Oh, we both love Jesus. But we can never say, I conceptualize God the same as that other Christian. What happens is we have to separate people getting together and believing in the same religion. They're not really even, it's not the same as conceptualization of God. They are getting together and, agreeing to submit and to sign up for that group because they like the way that group is, because that group doesn't, it either pushes them deeper into their conceptualization of God, or it keeps them on the right track as far as how they see they've already been conceptualizing God. Now, does that mean people don't get brainwashed and that in cults and things like that? Absolutely. But I'm talking on I want to stay in context. I'm talking on how people have to differentiate between religion and church and worship and our actual conceptualization of God, because it does go into psychology. It does. You know, there's a vaccine that is out there that has been created that people can be given and then they will have no belief. Why am I saying that? Because I'm saying no belief in God. They won't have any belief in a higher power, because there's a part of our brain that actually makes us believe. It's in even in our physiology, in our biology. So I'm going to show this video of me on Matt Delahunty, but whoever wants to speak, please hit the like. I'm going to just go off for a minute.
I just want to say, Sister Nepal, that I'm just being a devil's advocate on it here. I want to have
You're fine,
a wide different types of
I appreciate you, Seven.
views on here, and I'm pushing back because some of the stuff I believe, but I just want to say that we have to understand, when you're a believer, you're on the same line of proof as any believer, because you believe, right? And you can't prove what you believe. So when you feel you have more proof of what you believe, you still falling in the line of the same line of proof, because you can't prove it. You may believe that you have more proof because of how you believe, but you won't be able to prove it until there's real tangible evidence where it's universally tested, as we would say, for the standard of proof that we as human beings have established. But what I think, what you were saying, as far as adding on to, you was talking about when people come together with ideologies and they all agree, like they all are going to be Christians or they're all going to be Muslims, but their concept of God is different. It's like when people in church, you hear this all the time. Oh, well, I have my own personal relationship with the Lord, right? Or the pastor would tell you, you have your own relations, different sexual relations. So they do try to give you your own separate relationship and concept of what God is. But all in all, they do want you to buy into the ideology of the religion, right? And that main concept of God. So that's where the brainwashing comes in. And I think when we argue with the atheists and the theists, if you're arguing with the a-holes, like I saw that interview with you, with what he did to you, and he was totally disrespectful. But you were on his platform; he had the control, and so he was able to do that. But I'm pretty sure you're going to articulate it very well and break it all down. So I can't wait to see you show that. Go ahead and show the video if you can, sister, or if anybody else want to speak, they can.
Because she was not whining at all. He wasn't whining.
No,
so I don't know
he
what
wasn't.
angle they got
I don't
that
know
from.
which video you're talking about. Yeah, I would just say
Video
this:
she's about to play.
when it comes to proof, I mean, the proof is pretty much the same. When we talk about the theists, though, we started this gangster, and this is the thanks we get, right? So everything was a natural first. Yeah, they were good. They were
Facts.
all the gods first, and
I
we
agree.
say that because the universe begets things inside of it, and it plays out the way the mythos is written. The mythos is written off the way that the universe and nature act. So it's not that, and this is why the Greeks understood that. They say it has aberrations of the truth in it. And the Egyptians will tell you this is what it is, and they'll give you science in a myth, because that was the entertainment. You couldn't just turn on your television. And the things they broke down were the facts. So when
But
they
that's a
tell you that
concept that you're outlining, brother Asar, right? Ain't that a concept you're
say that again.
outlining that they created out of the? That's the concept that you're outlining for us right now. That was created by looking at nature.
Then let me
Would you
get
agree?
Looking at nature, observing. Oh, go ahead, Nepal.
I'm sorry. I just want to say this to Thindo. We're gonna go over it, Thindo, and you're a liar and you're hurt, and you won't hit the panel. If you're gonna sit in
Oh, he's in the chat.
if you're gonna sit
He's
in
in
the
the chat.
no, I'm talking about Thindo. if you're gonna sit in the chat, you're gonna look like a complete liar when I show this. You know what? A lot of these people just repeat what they heard said on the panel. It's almost none of you live like that because at least you speak your mind. I literally answered his question, but he muted me like 6 times. So
He did.
That's his show. Everybody knows he was not disrespectful at all. Why don't you get your black ass up there and talk to him then? Let's see how disrespectful he is. Because his show is to be disrespectful. That's what his show is about. So you lied twice. Lindo,
He wouldn't allow you to speak at all. He wouldn't allow you to speak at all.
I am going to play the video, but what I want you to do, Thindo, is hit this link. I bet you won't. Hit the link.
And Queen of Pa, I think the issue too is because in the martial art community, there's an argument about concepts as well. So I want to say this, like, so are words a concept? And then this goes into what brother Asar and Carl was saying about the meta nature. I think Seven Asar was asking him about concepts as well. Would you say words are concepts?
Absolutely.
A body of words are
especially
a concept is a body of words.
Concepts. This is why you have ideograms.
Because listen, hold on, I gotta stop you again. Just like chats are necessary, me responding to chats are necessary. If you can't handle me, if you are feeling like you need to jump in and put on your cape for Thindo, who is a troll, I know Thindo, this isn't my first rodeo. So if you feel like you have to put on your cape for him, my friend, then I want you to also put your cape on for me. Because when someone says something in the chat, I respond. They like that. He actually likes that he got that attention, YZiggy. So like I said, Thindo is lying, and we're going to listen to it. And Matt's show is to be rude to theists. That's what the show is about. Okay?
Because the reason why I asked that about words real quick, Queen of Pa, is because if you believe in God's word, right? Like what it says in John 1:1, that the word, the in the beginning, the word was God, and then I know you know what I'm referring to, right? If you believe in the word of God, and then you say that your concept of God, I mean, to me, that initially is answering the question right away. Because you already are going based off God's word, and that's the issue, is that they don't even understand what a concept is. That's what made me ask the question about, was a word a concept? And those words symbolize something based on experience, like what Asar and Carl was saying earlier about the meta nature. That came off of experience, and then they put it into the mythos. So I just wanted to say that, because I think you answered the question several times. So
yeah, for sure, an atheist will they understand the concept of letters. They understand basic life. What they won't do is put themselves on the outside. I've even had one tell me they didn't dream before. He was on Smash's channel. I can't remember who the brother, just to try to be right. He was like, I don't dream. We all just start laughing. And it's you trying to escape a world that all humans experience. And if you're that stuck into materialism, it creates a problem for you. There's no gods. In fact, they called the universe God. They called it Amun. They called the sun a god. They call it, and we call it nature in particular. So the polytheism, which gets attacked, we just laugh at the people who attack it because it's what made the foundation for the other things. And this is not a shot at anyone on the panel or whoever. I'm just giving them the facts. It say in your book, there are 3 that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. They laugh at stuff like, oh, you were possessed, blah, 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 blah. The Holy Spirit possessed you too. That's exactly what you wanted to do. The Muslims, oh, there's only one God. There's only one Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't worship your ancestors. But if you want to answer a question, you need to use the isnad. You need to use the Prophet Muhammad first. Then you need to use his friends second. Then you need to go through the chain of sheikhs. You need to respect all these ancestors that are gone instead of just getting to the question because you revere your ancestors as well. The original foundation is still the same. I don't care where they run to, what they try to do, what they try to uncover. It's the same. And just because a sun doesn't have the same life cycle as you, it actually lives longer and causes you to live, little disease, human, or whatever you are, you know what I'm saying? You're more like a virus than anything else to the earth. We just think highly of ourselves. All these things are a lie. All these things create things. The earth's biosphere brings you into existence. This is how you get convergent evolution in the first place and get a gene pool of things that exist to start to mutate, migrate, and become things. So,
Now, brother Thar, let me ask you this question though. Let me ask you this question. You
And
would
then
agree?
I'm about to play the video, and then we're all gonna like make a comment.
Okay. Good. You would agree that illogical thinking would be on both sides, right? Just as you were
absolutely, because
saying
some people
about
get too spiritual and they start to get,
exactly,
they get fantastical with things that wouldn't make sense into happening. And then you have
exactly.
some atheists who get too
Facts.
materialistic, and you start to say things that do happen, and because you don't think
I
you can
agree.
explain them with the science, and some of their scientific theories are wrong or old or dated and don't work anymore, and they can't prove the theory. They're not basing it off of the fact, which is a law, and
Okay.
these things
Yeah, that's
start to
why most of them
compound
are
their
flat
issue.
earthers, right? Most of
Yeah,
them are
some
flat
of them
earthers,
are.
right?
Yeah.
This video, you guys. I really want to get this video. So let's go
Let's
ahead.
check
Thank
the
you so
video.
much for adding. And I want to add this video. I want you to look at this video, and we could go in on it. So I'm leaving this comment up here by 720 Visions because they're puppets, and I can say sorry what Wagizi or your name that I might be hurting your feelings by telling the truth, because nobody with an intelligent mind would see this video and say, oh, he wasn't rude, and he wasn't rude at all, and she didn't answer. I didn't answer like he wanted me to answer because he needed me to answer a certain way. He has a certain playbook, and when I was outside of the playbook, that bothered him. So that's why he mutes me. So let's see if I didn't answer his question. Anybody who doesn't know Matt Dillahunty, he has a show. On the show, the main purpose is to beat up people who believe in God. It is to humiliate people who believe in God. It is to talk about how atheism is superior, how atheists are so much more intelligent, how people who believe in a God are ridiculous and beneath atheists. That is their religion, and that is their belief. So this guy right here, it's a playbook. He's supposed to try his hardest to humiliate people who believe. And he was having a hard time trying to humiliate me with the things I say. So instead, he muted me, said I was crying. I'm going to let you see it. And then he said, oh, your answers are dumb. They were dumb to him because he couldn't put me in the little box that he usually puts, the regular Christian in the box. God doesn't kill everybody. It wasn't God that did that. I don't answer questions like that. So without further ado, let's listen to the first part. Right away, you'll hear him say, oh, this isn't going to be good. So let's listen.
No, this is going to be annoying.
Right away, before he even talks to me, he says, this is going to be annoying. And he's talking about me as a theist. He sets it up because this is what atheists need to do. They need to set it up. They all need to get together. This is their way they worship in a sense. This is how they have church. They all get together and make fun of people who believe in God. And they say how they're annoying and whiny and stupid and ignorant, and they don't deserve to even have rights. So this is what he starts off with. Already saying it's annoying. Let's listen.
Oh no.
So, is it Nepal who's calling from Arizona?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, it says here you're a theist, but you're wanting to talk about veganism?
No, I'm actually just, I was listening to a conversation you were having with I believe that was a vegan, correct?
Yes.
So I wanted to just weigh in about the whole controversy, I would call it, between the debate between vegans and people who eat meat when we're talking about that.
No. Are you a theist? And are you?
So see the vibe? I'm okay. I'm from the toughest environment. But see the vibe? He doesn't know me. He doesn't know that I have a mic and a platform. He thinks he's doing me a favor. He's like, no. Are you a theist? He sees that they already asked me if I was a theist. If you look at the bottom, it says theist caller. They salivate over theists because we're like, we're prey that they can just toy with and make fun of. So he doesn't want to talk about the veganism thing. He's like, no. I mean, remember, he's supposed to be rude, but these liars saying he wasn't rude at all. These are black people who want to be atheists to get a pat on the head from mainstream white America, in my opinion. The ones in my chat saying he's not rude. He's supposed to be rude. So let's keep listening.
You're calling in to discuss anything related to theism. We're not doing veganism.
I'm a theist, yes.
Cool. Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does and how you know?
Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does and how you know? I'm going to hold it there because we're going to walk this down slowly. We're not playing today. He said, do you have any interest in what your God does and how you know? Did you hear him say that, Judenas?
Yes, I did.
So would that tell me as a logical, intelligent, intellectual that he wants me to elaborate on my belief?
Yes, and he's also coming off with an antagonistic, start,
Thank you. So, what your God does and how you know is a cute to any intelligent person, but I know how he does it. To start to elaborate and go in depth about what you believe about God and how do you know your God does that? Do you agree with that? I'm just going to go through the panel. Do you agree with that, Shua Moon? He said, tell us what your God does and how you know. Would you agree that he wants me to elaborate on my belief?
Yes, he said your God. He didn't say what does God do. He said what does your God do and how do you know?
Bingo. Thank you. So would you, as a logical, intellectual person, think, oh, this person wants me to tell them how I believe and what I believe? So I'm going to start to explain, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. What about you, Asar? If someone asks you, can you tell us what you believe, what your God does, and how you believe in your God, or vice versa, how you believe in your God and what your God does? Would you think that person wants you to elaborate on your belief and why and what your God is?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you ask me, well, he just asked you and why you believe that. I know you can't expect like a 2-second answer, so I'm definitely going to elaborate on the scenario.
Thank you. If I ask you, Asarim Ka, are you a theist? And you say, yeah, I believe in a God. So can you tell us what your God does and how you believe? You're gonna start elaborating on that particular question. So okay, so
I answer, right? I say I'm a Shem Suasar. I believe that nature exists because of the different situations in nature and the way that they come about, and the fact that there is more than one nature rule, and the fact that we can describe each one and everything as a nature.
Thank you. What about you, Seven? I'm going to try to get through this quickly. If someone asks you, can you tell us what you believe what your God does and how you believe or how you know, would you think that means that he wants you to elaborate on how you believe and then go into about your God?
Absolutely, but with his hubris at the beginning of him introducing you and the lack of sincerity in how he asked the question, I would answer it, but I'd be skeptical in his motives. So yes.
Right. You would tread lightly. I don't know if Genesis is here. I didn't. I tried to talk
She
to her.
ain't answered yet. Yeah. Did you call
Okay.
into this show or something?
Yeah, I called in. So let's go listen to him. He said, tell us, let me go back and let's hear him, and then we'll see how he handled it.
Related to theism. We're not doing veganism.
I'm a theist, yes.
Cool. Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does and how you know?
Sure.
Cool. Let's do that, because we're not going into veganism any further.
Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does and how you know? He's asking me about my beliefs. Let's see what happens.
We did already.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I did.
What does your God do and how do you know?
What does your God do and how do you know?
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization.
So now I'm about to tell him how I know and what my God does. Why? Because I'm laying a premise of saying, I believe this way. I believe this way. I've said it many times on these panels. And all this BS about, I've got a lot of people. He took more time on me than he took on any other caller. That's just a way for him to act like I got to hurry up and answer the way he wants me to answer. But it's really not what it is. It's not time. He doesn't like to hear somebody say conceptualization. Why? Because he's not stupid. He's been doing this a long time. This is what I know. He wants me to come out and say, well, my God is great and my God does everything. And I do eventually say that. But me laying the groundwork is, you ask me what I believe and what my God does and how I know my God does it. The first thing I'm going to say is I conceptualize God. Why? Because there's no other way for me to show you what I believe and what I think my God does. There's no other way for me to tell you what I believe my God does and what I believe my God is without first imparting clearly that I have a conceptualization of God that is an individual conceptualization. It is not for me to prove to Matt Delahunty or this brother on the panel or Judah Nass. I laid the groundwork that I have my individual conceptualization, and then I was going to go into what my God does. But no. He cuts me off because he wanted me to just say, my God is the son of God. He's Jesus, and Jesus heals and he saves my life. I know where I am. I'm not going to say that so he can start saying, how do you know he saves your life? And I'm coming with fire with him. Now, these knuckleheads, yes, I said knuckleheads, who are saying that I didn't answer, he's going to mute me. He's going to mute me, and he won't even let me finish. I'm going to let you play. I'm going to play it where you see he mutes me, and then I'm going to get some feedback from the panel.
We're not going into veganism any further than we did already.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
what does your God do and how do you know?
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization. So
I'm sorry.
My conceptualization.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're.
He mutes me. He's scared. Why didn't he let me just talk? If I would have said, well, Jesus died on the cross, and he would have let me go and go and go. But when he hears that, he's like, no, I got to mute you because I've met people like you before, and it doesn't work out for me. That's what I know.
We're doing this and not spinning our wheels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to know whether or not everybody has a conception of God because you're wrong. That is simply not a fact. Not everybody has a God concept. As a matter of fact, some people have considered many different concepts and rejected all of the ones that have been presented. And then there are groups of people like the Paraha, whose entire civilization has no God concept at all. But
so right there, he's a liar, because we did a little bit deeper research on those people. They don't have a westernized concept of God, but they lean toward what we would call, oh my God, animism. So he's a liar. That's what they do when they're stuck. Now, what he said is, I want to ask, I'm going to go to the panel. I see you joined Black Sage. I want to go to the panel and ask questions, feedback. I stand, this is my position. Everyone has a conceptualization of God, meaning when they think of God, what is their concept? An atheist think when they hear the word God, their conceptualization is that God does not exist. And so I'm not wrong. Even if you are an atheist, you still have a conceptualization that God does not exist, especially those like Matt, who is a Baptist Christian, who now rejects God. So now he conceives God as non-existent. He still has God centered in his belief. So I'm going to go to Black Sage and then Judah. I want you to give me some feedback on this. So let me have Black Sage come in and introduce himself.
I wanted to say something too. I was gone, but I'm back.
I know. I'm going to come to you then right after I go
There
to
she
Judah.
goes.
I was asking you some questions. Peace, Black Sage. So you're hearing this. Come in and let the people know. Are you a theist? And what's your weigh in so far on this whole thing?
Yeah, peace to you, Sister Nepal, to the panel and everyone that's been listening. Peace and blessings to everybody. Listen, shout out to the Black Saga Clan. Again, shout out to the New Tour movement. But I went back and I listened to this segment with Matt. Delusion is what I call him, delusional.
Mm-hmm.
To simply say that there exists no conception of God among the pariah people and the Amazon is completely false.
Yes.
What we call a deity, right? Is simply not what they follow. But what they do follow, right, as you accurately said, they are animists, which means they do have a concept of a spirit world, right?
Yes.
So they do carry a concept of a ethereal existence, right? In that spirits or spirit animals embodies certain things that they form their concepts in their societies, right? That they actually live by. So, but it is, and here's the trick, Sister Nepal, it's still a form of belief. It's a form of belief.
Exactly.
So if you want to argue that maybe they don't have a concept of a named deity, they still have a belief concept, which means what? They have a system based on faith.
Thank you. Which atheists reject.
Which atheists reject. So he's a delusionist. And people listen to him and think that he's making logical and intelligent arguments simply because they do not understand the atheist argument. They don't understand it, right? The atheist argument cannot dispel the belief in God, because if they did, there would be no concept for atheism. People didn't catch that. There would be no concept of atheism. And the reason why I say that is that atheism simply says, I don't believe. But in order
to have that concept, you must have a belief that there is no God. You can't escape it. So their whole argument is a dogmatic argument, and that's where they hide. They hide in the dogma, right? They want to argue whether or not Jesus walked on water.
Yes.
They want to argue whether or not that God's finger actually write the 10 Commandments. That's what they want to argue. That's a dogmatic argument.
And that's what he wanted me to say.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And when you didn't say that, he had to immediately cut you off because he recognized he couldn't get you in that trap.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anybody listening to that clearly understood that that's exactly what happened, right? So as much as shout out to Cube. So as much as I understand Cube's position on things, Cube himself has to really listen to it and take into account what Matt's arguments actually are, even as an atheist, right? Even as an atheist, right? If I get some time, I know I came on late, so forgive me for that. I had some unexpected guests. Shout out to you, Judah Nash. But anytime I see these arguments of atheists, I simply laugh because I want to share something that I prepared that probably many haven't understood or seen about what actually people scientifically talk about atheism. No one actually ever talks about the atheist mind. There's a psychology that exists when it comes to the atheist mindset. And I want to talk about, if I get a few minutes at a later date, if I'm not too late, just real briefly to 100%. Show what that is with sources.
Right, we're going to do a series on this, so I'm so glad you joined. I appreciate that input. You were 100% on point. People need to know. He wanted me to talk about basic, not things that are sacred to me, but yeah, basically you were on point. So Judah, I'm passing the mic to you. I want to hear your input from this, and then we'll go to Genesis, then Asar, Shuamun, 7, and then we'll get back to the rest of the video. Are you there, Judah? Go ahead.
Yes.
Take your time with this. I know I really wanted to hear from you because you watched it as well. So go ahead.
Yes. So again, when I say that it's an illogical religion, that's what I mean. I'm telling you, it's not backed up by science. It's not backed up by anything. It's just a belief. They're saying whatever their conception of God is, or whatever they read in the Bible, and they got their conception, or whatever happened to them, or whatever it is. They're saying, I refuse to have faith in your God, because they're not trying to go on a mission to disprove that God exists. They're not. All they keep saying is, you prove to me. Listen, nobody out there in the world can prove to me that Pepsi tastes better than Coca-Cola. You can't. You can't, bro. You can't. You can talk all day until your face is blue. You're not going to convince me. Right? So that's what I'm saying. It's a religion not based on logic. So yeah.
So weigh in on him, the tactic that he did when he asked me, tell me about your belief in your God and why you believe. And then once I said, and I'll play it again for you if you want. Once I said, I have a conceptualization, and I stopped myself. I said, everyone has a conceptualization. He stopped me. I'm going to show you, and then I want you to talk to respond to this.
Because you're wrong. That is simple. You're wanting to talk about veganism. We're not going into veganism any further than we did already.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So what does your God do, and how do you know?
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization. So
I'm sorry.
My conceptualization.
I'm sorry.
So they lied. They said I wasn't answering him. He stopped me. He said he doesn't want to hear it. Go ahead, Judah. What do you think about that so far? I just want to play that part. You're muted.
Listen, I've been battling. He's doing the same. Just, like whatever playbook you guys have, You guys need to update that joint. Like, you guys come with the same stupid like questions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, so you really believe that a donkey could talk? Yeah, I believe it's possible that for a brief couple of minutes or seconds or however long it took, that a donkey could speak. There's like over 22 species of bird that can speak, like thousands of words. You know what I'm saying? So like, what? It's not impossible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again though, it's what more can you say? I mean, you know, so
I mean, he wanted me to probably say something like that. Well, my God made a donkey speak to Balaam. But I know, we all know, you know, most people who've been on the panel and gone back and forth with an atheist, they just need to argue those kind of points instead of going to the deeper part of it, like what Yara said and what you've said, the psychology of belief and the understanding that me conceptualizing God is very valid, and they can't make me not conceptualize God, just like I can't make them not conceptualize that God doesn't exist. Right?
Right.
So anything else you want to say, Judah, before I move on?
Yeah, I see some people in the chat. I just want to respond just real quick. Yeah, it's impossible. Thank you. So the people who are like angry and you're atheists out there, you know, I get it. Something bad happened to you and you lost faith in whatever. But guess what? Before she lets the video play, guess what? For all you atheists out there, guess this one sad scientific fact. The brain is programmed to believe in something.
Thank you.
Like, it is scientifically, there are parts of the brain that light up during like prayer or like during like singing hymns or things like that, like scientifically proven. So no one's, again, and what the thing I say, and this is, you know, not to insult them, this is going to sound weird. I don't understand like the atheists need to like shove their atheism down my throat.
Wow.
Like it's really weird. Like why do I have to? Okay, that's great. You're an atheist. Why do you have to like force it down my throat though? Like, why does my belief affect you? I'm not putting my beliefs on anybody.
That's exactly right. Perfect point.
Judah, I concur with everything.
We have a line here, brother Law. I'll let you go. Right, we have a few people here, and I'm definitely going to let you speak. That's why I let you come in. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to Genesis. She's been waiting for a minute. Genesis, you can react to give us your reaction to so far the interaction, and
right. So, go ahead. And what else do you want me to do?
And also let us know if you are, you know, let the people know if you're a theist or an atheist.
Well, no, I practice E5, so of course I believe in a creator. So I'm a theist. But I would say this: it's interesting that most atheists have that same kind of way of interrupting, of wanting to control how a person answers a question. You know, they'll ask you a question, and when it doesn't come out exactly answering it the way they want to be like a lawyer and be like, no, that's not exactly what yes or no. Right. And this is a tactic that people use to control the narrative and go down the road that they want you to go down. He wants to bring up the Paraha people, and all that atheism of the Paraha people was based on a paper done by Everett, a book done by Everett, and he was actually in the process of converting from Christianity to atheism, and so that is the reason why he was so adamant of saying that they were actually atheists. But in reality, they do have a creation story, but it came as a cataclysm that happened. And there's a creator called Ikigai, which is almost similar to the demiurge, that at some point recreated Earth after a cataclysm happened. So
I love it.
Kind of an explosion, and it was destroyed, and he recreated the Earth. So,
hold on, Genesis. Judah wants to. I know he won't be long. He wants to say something to you. Go ahead, Judah, and I'm letting you back in, sir.
So also here, anyone that knows like or come in Japan, you know that even Shintoism, in various forms, like I would say the core, it's animism, right? It's not like organized religion, but they acknowledge that there are spirits in rocks, trees, their ancestors, water spirits, this kind of spirit, that kind of spirit, but they're not religious. There's no text, but they have it's almost as if like someone wrote it down, but you can't see it because like they don't do certain things for fear of what we would call karma or punishment from kami, what they call God. But they're not like religious, but they do understand that there are things besides human beings.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Shintoism, all those different things are similar to Ifa. Like all those have a similarity, including like the ancient Egyptian religions. They all like tribal or kind of like nature-based faiths have the kind of similar pattern that they all follow. You know, so
but Genesis, if you had to categorize one as theism or atheism, where would you categorize the Paraha people's belief system?
I say that they have a. Let me think. Let me just be careful about how I say this. It wouldn't be necessarily theism. It would be kind of like because the Ikigai is not necessarily considered like the supreme God of all things or whatever.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so that's where that's where people are saying, oh, they're atheists, but you know, but they do have a story of how they existed and how this thing created stuff. There was a cataclysm, and then he created the moon and created this and created that. So it's like there is a creator, but it's not like the creator that we would say that created everything.
It is metaphysical, though, right? It's outside. It's supernatural, correct?
Yeah, because if you hear the story, it's like we were above the moon, looking down on it, looking down on everything. And then we were up higher, then we got lower, and there's like this whole.
So he's a lot. So he's showing with her, and with what Yara said, and even Mighty Hebrew, we're proving that Matt is a liar. He misleads and he lies, so it can fit his narrative, and he can say, "Oh, everybody doesn't have a conceptualization of God because the Paraha people." So I appreciate what you're saying, Genesis. Before I move on to the brother Shu Amun, what do you give me just a little bit take on from you about this actual interaction, how he's acting, and the way I answered? What do you an honest critique so far?
I think that he wanted to control the narrative. What he wanted, as soon as you didn't answer directly, what's your concept of God? Well, I am a so and so. I'm a Hebrew or whatever it is. So he could eat that up because you went into, well, people have a concept of God. He wanted you to directly say, well, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, and then when you didn't say those things, now it's like, oh, hold on, you're not coming at this the way I want you to. So therefore, I have to cut you off and try to direct the conversation the way I want it to go. And it's a common thing that happens with atheists, is that they want to control how people answer their question because they have a specific way that they try to attack people's arguments, because it's always a debate with atheists. There's always some kind of an argument that they have to try to destroy your argument.
Before you play the video again, let me just build, because like my ex-wife is a Hindu. So anytime you say the Varaha people don't believe in God, means you don't know Vishnu. You don't know. So not only did he lie when he said it, everybody who knows the Vedics knows that they believe in gods, not a god, but gods, such as karma. So just to lie to try, and this is what I was just talking about. A lot of atheists would just tell a lie to get out of a situation, and he threw that out there real quick. Oh, there's people who don't believe in God. They're atheists, such as the Varaha people who believe in the god Vishnu and karma.
Paraha are people from Brazil. There is a Brazilian tribe.
He's saying Paraha, but you're right.
You're saying Paraha?
Yeah, but
okay, I thought you meant the Varaha, the Hindus. I was about to say, this dude is out his mind.
It's a tribe in Brazil in the Amazon.
Yes.
Yeah, the Varaha people are the Hindu people from by the Punjabi area.
Yes. But at the end of the day, you're still.
So you're saying Paraha.
Paraha, and I didn't know. I wasn't familiar
with
with
is
him.
The Purana god too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, go ahead.
Is it?
All right, I thought you said Varaha, which is the Hindus. I'm like, this dude is crazy.
Is it the Purana god? Because I know that I looked them up, and I saw some animism. I want to ask Black Sage or DJ, and then I'll go into Shu and Moon. Or actually, I think we had.
I'd have to look them up. I don't know about that.
So, is it the Purana god, or is there anything with that? I'm not sure.
What I saw was they looked into the trees, the trees,
right.
This nature in general. I mean, and I I didn't mean to cut anybody off, but
no, actually, go
I
on
listened
in
to this
because
as well.
I mean, let us know about that, and then I want you to weigh in about the interaction and give us your
Yes,
feedback.
no, I appreciate it. I mean,
And by the way,
because
don't feel
this is-
like this isn't an echo chamber. I can disagree. You can disagree. I'm not going. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you putting your input. So I don't want you to feel like, dang, I can't say this, or she's gonna, start doing karate moves on me.
No. I mean, like I said, there's a saying: once a teacher, always a student. I learned it for everybody here, so it's much respect. I appreciate it though. I mean, what I noticed is that he wanted to. So in what I teach is simplicity is key, right? So he wanted you to simplify your answer, but because you didn't simplify your answer, he oversimplified your answer, your actual answer. That's what I got out of it, and that's why I felt when I asked earlier if words were a concept. That's important because you, right when you were about to say my conceptualization of God, that's when he cut you off and then brought up the Paraha people. And that's very important because, okay, so the Paraha people don't believe in God necessarily, right? That's what he was trying to say. But I mean, if you're going to bring up that point, that's not worthy enough to cut you off from your answer. That's what I'm getting out of this, because when you're saying conceptualization and then you bring up yours because he asked you about yours, then the Paraha are relevant because you're basically about to say what yours is based off what you know, which is the second part to the question. And that's why I kept arguing, saying like, no, she did answer the question. He just wouldn't allow her to answer the question because, I mean, in my opinion, you answered it several times over before you even started. But I think it's just a matter of people don't understand what a concept is. And that's why I had to keep bringing that up. But thank you.
I appreciate you adding. And please hit the like button. I see what you're sharing, Genesis. Hold that. I just want to get through these people who've been waiting patiently. I definitely want to see what you're sharing in a minute. Seven, Seven, go ahead, and then I'm gonna let Asar and then brother-in-law.
I just want to say that a lot of you guys outlined, made a lot of great points. What I want to say about him is he had a script, right? We all got scripts.
Yes,
some people have 1 page, some people have 100 page. He has a 1 page script, like most atheists, not all of them, but obviously he has a 1 page script, and you went off his script, so he couldn't have you going off his script. So he had to cut you off, mute you, because he didn't want you to elaborate on what you were going to say because he had no answers for it. But I also would like to say that he was absolutely wrong when he said that. I mean, you were absolutely right when you said that everybody has a concept of God. Even him as an atheist, you could be either pro or anti in your concept. But your conceptualization of God is going to be there is one or there isn't one, right? So we all have a concept of God. He was wrong when he said everyone doesn't have a concept of God. He was wrong with that. And also, Elder Yara was correct when he was saying that. I'm because Elder Yara made a point that I had made earlier about atheists. Want to prove they want to prove something that you can't prove a belief. You cannot prove someone's belief. If someone believes it, like you can't argue nobody's faith. You can't argue what they believe in their faith. You can only argue what just like when he says that he believes that he's right. He has hubris and he thinks that he has an intellectual and more higher ground in you, but he didn't, because he can't prove your conception of God is wrong just because he disagrees. That's why they say that they believe that your God is doesn't exist, but they can't say for a fact it doesn't. When you ask that question, prove he doesn't, they have no answers. Because you can't disprove her belief. So that's what you fell into with him, and he fell into with you. Because he ran into somebody who knew how to handle that situation. You've been in the toughest environment to be in, and he didn't want his audience to see that back and forth go back with him.
Thank you so much, Asar, Seven Asar, and I appreciate everyone's input. I'm going to move on to Asar and Ka. I want to hear from you, just your take on the whole, just what you've seen so far. Well, and did I answer him even though he muted me? Did I try to answer him? I should say.
You didn't get a chance to answer him because he keep trying to mute you, and you know when you go on other people's shows how they act. They be they try to make sure they control the narrative. So just because you started out with saying conceptually, you said my concept of the situation is, and he muted you. So that's when he should have shut up immediately and let you go into your concept. The fact that he didn't like how you started, that's none of his business. He asked you openly to explain your opinion. So if you're going to explain your opinion, you're going to do it how you do it, not how he wants to hear it, because he doesn't have the same opinion as you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for that. That was beautiful and concise, to the point. Now we have Brother Law. I think we went through. Okay. Brother Law is joining the panel. Before you go in and make your comments, Brother Law, can you let the audience know if you are a believer or a non-believer? Are you an atheist or are you a believer?
First and foremost, peace and blessings to everybody that's on the panel as well as your family.
Peace.
Peace. What's up, brother?
Peace.
The question that you just asked me, I am a believer, Nepal.
Okay.
That being the case, the way you just asked me a question, that's what the gentleman was trying to get a direct response.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the premise that you were presenting, but my premise, and the only reason why I jumped on is because I stated a question. If understanding the parameters of how it's drawn, his approach, and things of that nature, if you understand before, right, going into a conversation with a person, if they're articulating themselves or controlling a narrative and engaging in a conversation with somebody, and you can't rebuttal back to a question within the rapport of having a call response, engaging as regular human beings do, why interact into a situation like that?
Okay, now let me go back. I'm going to show you something. He said I should have given him a direct response. This man asked me something abstract. He didn't say, what color is blood? He didn't ask me, are roses perennial? He asked me, what do you believe about your God and what does your God do? So let's see if he even gave me a chance to answer the question.
Setup question.
According to Brother Law, hold on. Brother Law came in and said, why didn't I give him a direct answer? I didn't get 3 words out, and then he cut me off because he didn't like the word conceptualization. But the word conceptual, if somebody asked me about what do you know about your God? What do you believe about your God? And I say, well, everybody conceptualizes God. I have a conceptualization. Click. Let's see. Let's listen.
It's fine.
I believe that was a vegan, correct?
Explaining what this is going to be annoying.
Oh no, it's coming through choppy.
Is it coming through choppy for you guys?
Yes,
is it Nepal?
It is. Is it coming through choppy
Yes.
for everyone?
No, I could hear it. I could hear it clearly.
Is it possible for us to watch it through in entirety?
Okay,
without
you
choppiness or interruption?
No. Let's stick with what you first said. You said I didn't give him a direct answer, and
What
then
I said, I'm gonna let you
I heard
finish.
what you said. No. We know what you said. You interrupted the playback by saying it's choppy for you. You said when someone asks you something, you see how I answered you directly, Nepal. The man asked you a question, and you were supposed to answer directly. I'm making it concise what you just said. He asked me, what about your God and what does your God do? In you're going to listen. So when someone asks you something about what does your God do, that's not my God. So after you'll see, I'll start going quickly for him. But when someone says, here's the mic, tell us about your God. What do you think about your God and what does your God do and why? And I say, well, everyone has a conceptualization of God. My conceptualization is click. Let's listen.
Who's calling from Arizona?
Because when you ask me what I believe about my God, that's my conceptualization. When you ask me what my God does, that's my conceptualization. But let's listen.
Yes, it is. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, it says here you're a theist, but you're wanting to talk about veganism?
No, I'm actually I was listening to a conversation you were having with I believe that was a vegan, correct?
Yes.
So I wanted to just weigh in about the whole controversy, I would call it, between the debate between vegans and people who eat meat when we're talking about that.
No.
So also I want to point this out. I'm actually doing what he wants. Everybody's like, you can't. There's somebody ignorantly in the chat saying you can't expect to be talking 10 minutes. He doesn't let me talk even 3 seconds.
But that's a fair point, though, Paul. That's a fair point.
Don't do that, Brother Law. When I have the mic, I don't need you to talk over me because I'm answering your question. Because you came in trying to steer a narrative which is untrue, but we're going to see for ourselves, not what you say, not the narrative that was being painted on Cube's channel. We're going to look at the truth. And nobody was trying to hold the mic for 10 minutes. The man asked me about my God and how I believe in my God and why I believe my God. So that's my conceptualization. I said about 3 words. He muted me. They tried to say that I wasn't following his rules. If I wasn't following his rules, this is for the intelligent people who don't like lies. If I wasn't following his rules, when I came in to talk about veganism, why when he said, do you want to, I don't want to talk about veganism, I followed his rules and answered the question and talked about what he wanted to talk about. You're not doing that. Let's listen.
Are you a theist? And are you calling in to discuss anything related to theism? We're not doing veganism.
Let's see if I follow his rules.
I'm a theist, yes.
Cool. Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does and how you know?
Do you have any interest in explaining what your God does, what your God does, and how you know? That to me is my conceptualization. But let's keep listening, Brother Law.
Sure.
Cool. Let's do that because we're not going into veganism any further than we did already.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
what does your God do and how do you know?
What does your God do and how do you know? Let's see.
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization.
He asked me, what does my God do? How do you know? Well, because I have a conceptualization, everyone does. I think everyone does. Took about 0.5 seconds for me to say that. Let's keep listening.
So
I'm sorry.
My conceptualization.
I'm like, my conceptual. He said, can you tell us about your God and how you know? My conceptualization of God. So, Brother Law, do you not hear me about to answer his question? And he says, and he mutes me.
Is it okay for me to speak?
I asked you, what do you mean, is it okay for you to speak? Why would you say that? I
Because
asked you a question, Brother Law. I know how you move. It's like shady. I asked you a question. Is it okay for you to speak? Why wouldn't it be okay for you to speak? You are complaining about how I acted on Matt Dillahunty, who actually was way worse than how I'm treating you. Okay? I'm showing you actually respect. So for me to say, after you tried to allude to the fact that I didn't answer his question and that I wasn't doing what he was telling me to do, when I come back and ask you, did you hear me about to answer his question? And he muted me instead of saying, you're the one that said I have to quickly answer a direct question. Didn't he say that? Instead of you saying yes or no, you said what you wanted to say, which is shady. So you see how you're a hypocrite, Brother Lot? You don't have to answer that. That's rhetorical. I'm going to ask somebody else. Did you hear me, anybody on the panel? Did you hear me about to answer his question and he muted me out? Anybody?
Yes.
You did.
How can you? How can he ask you to explain something? What, in 2 words? You can only explain something in 2 words. Come on. She
I
was
think
starting
that
a sentence and got cut off.
you're a Christian or you're this and you're that. He wanted you to come right off the gate with what your belief system was.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he wanted you to simplify your answer, but in a manner that would be beneficial to his channel. And because you
A
didn't,
setup
he
question, as we would
oversimplified.
call.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
as we would call a
And
setup question.
thank you. And he, like Yara had said, like Black Sage had said, but let me show you this person. You went into concepts, not evidence. He didn't ask me for any evidence. He literally asked me, can you tell me what you believe about your God and what your God does? Can you tell me about what you believe about your God? Let's listen. He said, tell us about your God? That's my belief. That's my concept. You're not, something's wrong with a lot of people that they want me to be wrong when it's so clear that this man, and I'm for it. I'm here for the smoke. But what you're not going to do is act like, oh, he was asking you he asked me what I believe about my God. Let's listen.
We're not going into veganism any further than we did already.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So
I
what
did.
does your God do, and how do you know?
What does your God do, and how do you know? Is that anybody? Is that my belief? If I'm telling him, if I come into telling him, this is what my God does, is this a concept? Is this the way I conceptualize God? Or to an atheist, is this actual facts to you?
Yes, because that's what you believe your God does.
That's what you believe. Yeah.
He woke me up in the morning, child. And
that's what he wants to say.
That's what he wants. Yeah.
He tried to
That's the
put you in
typical
the
thing he
position
hears.
that he wanted to
I do
receive.
believe
That's
that.
what he typically hears, though, right?
Yes,
And then
exactly. Look at these people who are so.
You made the sun rise. You just basic. He wants you to give a basic answer. He
Look
made
at this
the
here.
sun
Look,
come up and the
that's
moon
funny.
go
Genesis. I
down.
said the same thing. Genesis. Read this. That's not a belief question. What does your God do, and how do you know? That's not a belief question.
Right.
That's definitely
It's not a belief question.
He literally asking you,
Yeah,
He's
and
why do
giving
you
him the
believe in?
concept of the
Yeah.
God first,
I'm gonna
and then
let
she's
Black
going to
Sage.
tell him
Go
why
ahead,
she believes
Black
in him.
Sage.
But
What
on
did you want
top
to
of
say?
that, with his lie, because y'all made me go look this up, the Haiti people, as they call themselves, known as the Paraha people, while there isn't a single readily identifiable God of the Haiti in the same way some religions have supreme deity, their animistic beliefs indicate a deep connection to the natural world and spirits within it. So he turned around and lied right after he tried to disrespect you and cut you off. No one is going to answer a question like that within, I think he gave you all of about 5 to 7 seconds.
Not even. He gave me 3 seconds.
But
And
listen,
listen,
and then I got something even greater about the Paraha people that he was so happy to just tout off and just.
and I want to see that from you. That's why I'm
about to
holding it.
break
But
that
I
whole
want to.
Paraha not believing in God is concept all the way down, and that shit is wrong.
And
They do
Genesis,
believe in
I
God.
need you. Genesis, I'm going to let you come in. I'm going to let Black
Sorry for not
Sage talk. I'm going to let you come in and share all that and teach us about them because I need to know more. I'm going to let Black Sage talk, and then the audience is saying, let Brother Law talk. Brother Law had a chance to talk. Remember, I let him have the mic, and he said, can he speak now? And the same thing I would have done to Matt Dillahunty, he would have muted me. And Brother Law, to me, seems like he's siding with the guy and saying, I don't see what the problem is. So Brother Law will talk, but what we're not going to do is play games up here. Go ahead,
Not at
Black
all.
Sage.
I concur with you, Nicole, but in the same token, I'm engaging, I'm not insulting.
No,
I'm
you're
not
good,
insulting
Brother
you at
Law. We're
all.
not disrespecting each other, but
So
I'm just
why,
letting you know.
yes, yeah, but so why sit there and say that I'm shady, I'm
No,
this,
you are. You do say some things that are shady, like cannot talk now. That wasn't necessary. Go ahead, Black. I'm gonna let Black Sage go, and then you can have the mic, brother-in-law. You didn't have to say that. That's shady to me. You didn't have to say that. You were trying to paint a narrative like, oh, she's so ridiculous. How can I talk now? That's not something respectful that you say to somebody when they hand the mic to you, but you know that. Go ahead, Black Sage. Did you want to say something? Okay, I guess he can't hear us. So, brother-in-law, you wanted to add about after I showed you, I think you want to add, after I showed you that I came in, started to explain my belief in my God and what my God does, and he muted me. You so far agree with that, but I'm going to let you go. I think you agree. Go ahead.
I concur with you, Nicole.
No, go ahead, though. You wanted to say something?
What I was going to say, Nepal, is this. The question the gentleman asked you, I concur with what you're saying in regards to him controlling the narrative on how he wanted you to ask the question. Once again, I'm going to reiterate the same question I asked prior beforehand. If you understand, and this goes for everybody else as well on the panel, if you understand the narrative that a person has, whether you call in or you jump on a panel and you're wanting to engage in a conversation with somebody, and you understand the premise on how they hold the conversation, if they interrupt you, they mute you, whatever the case may be, having a short period of time or a window to have a dialogue with a person, why even call?
It's content. I'm a content creator, so that's the answer. So and you asked that before, so that's why I'm a content creator, and this is what I do. We have conversations. This is why we have this content now to go over. Genesis, I'm going to let you go ahead and show the information you have on the Paraha people, where he lied and said that they are atheists, basically. And remember, the definition of atheist is being broadened. It's not just not worshiping a deity. Most atheists say there is nothing outside of the natural world, outside of what science, academic science can prove. That's usually the atheistic stance, especially for him. So with that understood, I want I'm going to stop sharing this for a minute, and we're going to go back to the video. But I want Genesis to show us the information she found out about the Paraha people. Go ahead, Genesis.
Well, the Paraha people believe in a demiurge named Ikigai. Now, Ikigai is a creator figure that recreated the world after a great cataclysm. So, of course, if the world had to be recreated, it had to be here before then. So, and I don't think that the person that wrote the books on this tribe in the Amazon, I don't think that he got the whole story, because, okay, if there was a cataclysm, well, what created it to begin with? So what the whole objective is, like, okay, these are people that believe in the world immediately that's around them, and that this Ikigai character is the creator of all things. So what do they say? So Ikigai, he created the fish and animals, the boto, creating the boto, the river dolphin, connection to the moon. The full moon is considered as an oven where Ikigai bakes the Minoic flour. And so there's a recreation story. A significant myth tells of Ikigai's role in the recreation of the world after a cosmic cataclysm caused by a man shooting arrows at the moon, which resulted in the sky falling and the world becoming dark. In this story, Ikigai intervenes to bring the animals to a lower level and reestablish the world and rivers after being located by the cries of women. Now but they're atheists. Okay,
and we also have rituals. No, this is the opposite of atheism. This is a belief in a supernatural. I like to just get away from the literal, the only literal definition that is one of the definitions to not worship a deity. But also atheists, they do not believe, and they reject the belief or any type of creation story. Anything that is outside of academic science and observable in the natural world, they reject it. So he lied. He misled people because he needed to do that. I'm sure, again, I'm not the first person. They want to say, oh, you got cooked. I'm not bragging, because he sat down with a lot of greats, and they made him look bad too. But I'm sure he wasn't ready for what he calls me, like a crybaby Karen. He wasn't ready for somebody to call in and say, well, my conceptualization, everybody has a conceptualization. That offends atheists. Atheists hate to hear that because it exposes them that they are believers. So thank you for sharing that.
And here's the other thing is, okay, what is a demiurge? I want to really get into this.
Demiurge is like in Gnosticism. A demiurge is actually a type of god. It's an evil god. So the demiurge is an evil god. It's an evil ruler who has like locked everyone into their existence. And, basically that's a part of Gnosticism. So really,
they have a Gnostic faith. That's what the whole thing is. That's why they have to perform rituals to make sure the cataclysm doesn't come again, that the earth is not destroyed again.
Wow.
Yeah, they're religious. They're animistic.
Festivals to give in to Ikigai. You know,
animistic.
Well,
Yes, go ahead.
they have a creator, right? They have a creator.
Yeah, he lied. He said they're atheists and they're full blown animists. Animist is a religion or a spiritual system.
Yes.
So
can I
he's
say
a
one
lie.
thing?
He lied.
Lie.
Is that just because you might not believe, because they say they don't believe necessarily in the universe, but they believe in the creator of the world. Now, what if there are people that don't believe that there's a universe outside of the world, that we are on a flat plane and this is all that there is, that we are the center, right? Then it would make sense that this Ikigai character would be the creator of this world, and therefore that universe of this world would be their creator. So that is the belief in a God.
Thank you so much for showing that. So I like that we are showing again, and I want to say for everybody, not just Brother Law, I'm not hurt because I knew what time it was when I went in there. Just because I knew what time it was doesn't mean I'm not going to say, "Are you a bully?" Because I'm doing that to put it on the surface that he's scared. He can't just come intellectually. He can't just come philosophically. He has to come with insults and lies. So I see. Thank you for joining in, Yame. Before we move on, I just want to see if Black Sage, did you want to add?
Hold on, I want to say one last thing, because even in Islam, we believe in Olodumare. Olodumare being a creator, the creator of the universe, but does not involve itself in earthly things, and therefore there's also a lower deity that is the creator of the earth and things like that. So there's like a similarity. I just haven't found out who the creator is when it comes down to their belief, who the Oludumare of their belief is yet. But I'll look into it.
Right. Let me answer this real quick. I'm not necessarily saying my feelings that the demiurge is considered the antithesis or the opposite or against mankind. Okay, so thank you. So people always want you. I love these people who can stay in the chat, but they can't come up here. At least Brother Law had the courage and the self confidence to come into the stream. So you're wrong, sir. I appreciate you being here, though. Hit the like. Black Sage, go ahead and weigh in, and then we're going to go to the brother Nyame, hear if he is a believer or an atheist, and then have him weigh in and add. So Black Sage, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I do. I was wondering if I can just share something. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. All right. If you have time permits.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to share something. I'm going to share my screen really quickly.
And everyone in here, the panel, the chat, this is how it goes, but I appreciate everybody here. You know, I might not agree with you. You definitely don't agree with me, but this is what we're here to do, have a forum and a conversation. So I'm waiting for you to share that.
And I have another question. Why is it that they got to go all the way to Brazil? Isn't he European? Why couldn't he go
right.
to Europe tribes that believe in atheism, or to tribes where he come from? He had to go all the way to Brazil in the middle of the Amazon to find a group that believed in, and then is wrong about that.
Yeah, you know that Europe.
And you know what, sis? A lot of people made shows off of that engagement you had on that show. They made content off that critiquing you. A lot of people who hated you critiqued you on that. So it's only fair that you are able to come on and do your own thing as well.
Thank you.
So
Thank
ask
you, Seven.
why you went on there and why you doing all of this, it just don't make no sense.
And they lied because I did what he wanted me to do. I answered his question. Most of them are just saying their opinions But I'm showing, if anybody can come in and say, oh yeah, you didn't answer his question there. Like the one person said, knowing isn't a concept, isn't a belief. I can't even address somebody like that. If you ask me about God, I can say I know, but I'm talking about my belief, my concept. But go ahead, go Black Sage, and then and Yame, you can come up after him. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to read this. This is something that I prepared years ago to have an atheist debate, but it just never came to fruition. But I want to read this article, right? And it was published December 27th, right? Springer Lake, and you can see the source here. E.T. Dutton, Madison, G. Madison, and Dunkel. The mutant says in his heart there is no God, right? The rejection of collective religiosity centered around the worship of moral gods is associated with high mutational load, evolutionary psychological science, right? And this is section 4, pages 233 to 244, 2018. Here's the DOI number for anybody that wants to record it and look at this article. And it says, the mutant says in his heart, there is no God. Now listen to what the psychologists are saying, right? In this particular abstract, right? And you'll find it throughout the entire thing. I want to get to the part where we get through it, right? Let's see right here. I just want to read this right
So they
here.
tied atheism to autism? Interesting.
Yes. And what they say in this article, right, is that atheism is, people who believe in atheism is their brain pattern and function is the same as those who are diagnosed with autism, because people with autism have no concept of a deity or a God, right? And because of that, it is a malfunction of the brain and psychologically speaking of the mind, right? When there is no concept of God, because they've tested people with autism, and they found out that they cannot understand or they don't have a concept of a deity or deism. They can't conceptualize that, right? So goes the atheist when they make these arguments. They convince themselves, almost like a placebo. They convince themselves that there is no God. And as they keep reiterating and acting out on these actions, their brain functions and brain patterns is equivalent to those of who suffer from autism. And so, and there also occurs a genetic mutation, right? So here it is, autism. It says people who have more traits of autism are less likely to believe in God than those that do not have such traits, according to new research that suggests that belief is boosted by the ability to see into the minds of others. This ability, often called theory of mind or mentalizing, is diminished in people with autism spectrum disorders, a cluster of conditions marked by communication and social difficulties. Because people's beliefs in God are often marked by feelings of having a personal relationship with the deity. Prayer and worship may require a sense of what God could be thinking. Researchers report Wednesday, May 30th in the journal PLOS1, right? Let me continue. It says Woodley of Mini et al. In 2017. And so this is not long ago, right? Highlight autism as being a particularly useful measure for developmental instability and thus of higher mutational load. They argue that autism is such a good example because it is linked to advanced paternal age, Blaxel 2004, implying that it arises due to mutations in increasingly poor quality sperm Accordingly, if autism were negatively associated with religiousness, this would substantially strengthen the case of arguing that religiousness in industrial societies may be partly a function of low mutational load. Fluctuating asymmetry, or FA, is defined as random deviations in the expression of normally bilateral characters and generally ascribed to developmental accidents or noise. This is an Encyclopedia of Genetics 2001. And as you read this, it goes on to say what I was saying earlier. People that have difficulties forming these concepts, right? They're operating on an autistic level mentally. This isn't our research.
You know, something else is that you ever heard of like certain Asians that don't hear that inner voice in their head? That some people, you know how.
Oh yeah, and they can't
Asians-
see.
Yes.
They can't even see. They don't even have dreams. They can't visualize.
That's
And I believe that, so that also might be a mutation within the.
That's
and
right.
then when you look at the religions of those, you see that there are specific aspects of where they have to learn how to go deep within, and this, that, the other, to even experience any kind of connection with God.
Correct. So
And I think, but also we have to look on the other side of that too, Yara, right? How many people did they test? What type of people did they test? Has it been vetted in the New England Medical Journal?
Right.
You
But
know,
at this point,
all of those are factors in that. But I do think that you are onto something. I think that study shows something, because to believe in something that's not greater than yourself, when you can explain these great things that are in the universe, I think there's some narcissism and other things that could be in place. So
What
think
about
that-
nervous breakdown? I mean, is there a actual thing that could cause like an autistic type of thing where you might have a nervous breakdown, or something might happen to you traumatically that might shake up your world to where you lose the connection, you know, and so therefore you don't believe in it.
yeah,
They're
thank
still
you.
studying autism too.
I'm letting Yame come in real quickly because he's been waiting. Thank you, and I'm going to talk more about this because we there's a, how do I say it? Some people are saying it's a rumor, but there's a lot of research on this vaccine, the VMA-T2 vaccine, that disables a part of the brain to where there is no belief anymore. But it's a type of virus. Before I get into that, I appreciate this information that you presented, Yara. I wanted Yame to come in and weigh in, say what he needs to say. And can you tell us if you are a theist or an atheist, a believer or non-believer in what you're going to state? Nyame, thank you for joining. Nyame. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Peace.
Oh, we hear you now. Sounds a little boring.
Peace, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. So keep talking because
Okay.
it's kind of boring. Peace.
Well, let me go back out and come back in because I'm in a bad area.
Okay, now we hear you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
it's clear. It's clear now.
Yeah, it's clear enough. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm definitely okay. I'm definitely a theist. I understand if I'm a scientist, I'm going to be a scientist, and I don't want to have my perceptions of God to interfere with any of my measurements. But what I have a problem with atheists is that it seems like they want to define everybody's God.
Yes.
And so they define your God, they make it into a straw man, and then they can destroy it. They don't want to even hear your definition. They already have a pre-made definition of what your God is. And God is such a phenomenal concept of an idea that we can't describe it in scientific terms. That's why it's God. It's a higher power, and we experience this. So how do you prove to somebody else your experience? If I get up every morning and pray, or pray at high noon and pray at the sunset, and that gives me the strength I need during the day, and I'm attributing that to God, that's my experience, and I'm saying that's real for me, and somebody else is telling me that's not real. That's an arrogance that comes from atheists. And to me, that's detrimental to society because your experience in a higher power is based upon your experience. I can't change your experience. You might be wrong in your assessment of what's going on, but based on your experience at that time, it's real.
Yes.
It's a real thing and having a real effect in your life. It's just like the arguments with gravity and the arguments with general relativity. What they saying about uh, Newton? Okay, he didn't get it all right. Over time, they discovered general relativity, that it's not a something pulling on the apple, but the curvature of space time. But that can go for us too. Our experience with God, it might not be the perfect concept, but it's a concept because we experienced it. Our mother gave us these high principles to live by, and attributed it to a higher power. We live by those principles, and they work for us. And I don't care who tells us it's wrong; they can't convince us that it's wrong if it's been working. Because it's about experience, and that's the human experience, and we all have these concepts. And so to say no God exists, that's very arrogant. It's very I can't even explain how arrogant. It's European society. I call it the atheistic jihad, where they go around and telling people, nope, God don't exist, your God don't exist, your spirituality don't exist. The only thing that exists is methodological materialism. That's the only thing. If you can't prove it, it don't exist. And they know that's not how life is. There's a lot of things we can't prove, but we still live by. So I wouldn't fight so much against the atheists because they have a preconceived, from their standpoint, that they don't believe. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to ever convince them. But
Uh-oh.
I guess even what you're saying that is their issue is you can't explain theoretically half of the stuff that you talk about. So understand that we understand that the universe exists, but you have what 8 theories about the universe, and this is all science. So if your theory is wrong, or you can't prove one theory over the other through
Thank you.
science,
Thank you.
who are you to say anything about my mythos, which told the story better than your scientific explanation in the first place and came before your scientific explanation, and your scientific explanation got its legs from my myth? So you have to stand down if you're an atheist trying to claim that you know this or that when the concepts of science come from the spiritualists in the first place. Sit down.
Yes, thank you. And Black Sage, you go ahead and thank you for adding. I love this thing. But what you both said was awesome. This is a great build. We invited atheists, none came. So go ahead, Black Sage.
Yeah, I want to share something else real quick. This is the second thing I wanted to share,
Sure.
just so you guys can have something to arm yourselves with, because they don't like to talk about things that they know is antithetical to their argument, right? So this is just a Wikipedia article. Can y'all see it?
Yes, Anthony Flew.
Yeah, Anthony Flew. Anyone who wants to make an argument against any type of atheist or anyone who claims that they don't believe in God and they base it on an atheistic argument, you have to know who Anthony or Antony Flew is, right? And so Antony Gerald Newton Flew, born in 1923, died April 2010. He was an English philosopher belonging to the analytic and evidentialist schools of thought. Flew worked on the philosophy of religion During the course of his career, he taught philosophy at the universities of Oxford, Aberdeen, Keele, and Reading in the United Kingdom, and at York University in Toronto, Canada. So we know he was very well credentialed and very well capable for the arguments that he presented, right? He was a scholar nonetheless. So for much of his career, Flew was an advocate of atheism, arguing that one should presuppose atheism until empirical evidence suggesting the existence of a God surfaces. He also criticized the idea of life after death, the free will defense to the problem of evil, and the meaningfulness of the concept of God. In 2003, he was one of the signatories of the Humanist Manifesto. You guys should read that, right? This is what a lot of atheists still try to use today. It's you hear a lot of their rhetoric in this manifesto. I read it earlier. He also developed the no true Scotsman fallacy. Y'all hear that being thrown around this community, right? He's the one that came up with that fallacy, the no true Scotsman fallacy, right? And debated retrocausality with Michael Dummett. Y'all need to talk about that, because here it is right here. It talks about backwards causation is a concept of cause and effect in which an effect precedes its cause in time, and so a later event affects an earlier one in quantum physics. The distinction between cause and effect is not made at the most fundamental level, and so time symmetric, and so time symmetric systems, right? So, but however, in 2004, he changed his position and stated that he now believed in the existence of an intelligent designer of the universe, shocking colleagues and fellow atheists in order to further clarify his personal conception of God, which is what Sister Nepal hit Matt Delusional with from the very beginning, when she talked about concepts of God. And he tried to run away from that, right? Flew openly made an allegiance to deism, more specifically a belief in the Aristotelian Aristotelian God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is that God is the causer of the mover. There's a mover that produces or causes this motion, and it has to be an intelligence, right? And so this mover, right, is what deist or a person like myself would consider to be God, right? It is a conceptualization of God, that an intelligent or a creator or an intelligent designer caused the creation of the universe and set everything in motion, right? This is what he came to. He says, Flew openly made an allegiance to deism, more specifically a belief in Aristotelian God, a divine watchmaker, removed from human affairs, just like Oladuware's sister in the Ifa divination system, right?
Yeah.
But responsible for the intricate workings of the universe, and dismissed on many occasions a hypothetical conversion to Christianity, Islam, or any other religion. He stated that in keeping his lifelong commitment to go where the evidence leads, he now believed in the existence of a God.
Boom.
They don't want to have this argument. They don't want to bring up this, because he is really the founder of the rhetoric that they still use.
Thank you.
And what's crazy is when you look up, has Aristotle ever been to Africa? They'll say, no, he never went to Africa, but he was in Egypt. It's like, he was in Egypt. Egypt's in Africa. What do you mean? You know, so they call it Aristotelian, but it's all African. It's African. The way all this stuff that he's saying is African.
Yeah. So wait, let's talk about this. Look at what he's bringing out. This man that I talked to is not dumb. He's very aware of the way Anthony Flew changed when he started looking at belief in God from your conceptualization. You can't get around it. An atheist is dead.
Right. Listen, and he changed his mind, not just on belief, but what? Empirical evidence.
Yeah, thank you. And that's why I told 7, we have more of a chance showing them empirical evidence than they do, because they best base their conceptualization is that God does not exist. So they have to, like I said, when I quoted, dang, I forgot his name, but when I said the quote, if there were no God, there would be no atheists. So I wanted to pass the mic, but then if you guys want me to just play the thing all the way through, I can.
Well, let me say this real quick, though. Let me say this real quick, because I think
I want to hear what other speakers have to say. But and here's nothing. Is there any atheist societies in Africa?
There may be now. Black people are losing their minds.
Not originally.
I want to ask this question real quick.
I mean, originally there wasn't Christians like that in Africa, and there's a whole bunch of them now. So.
True.
I want to know. So if someone, let's just use me.
Indigenous.
If someone believes or experiences, I'm going to say experiences a growing world or planet, whatever you call it, and more or less than they do a constructed one, because we say the term God. We're talking about God right now, and there would be no atheists if there was no belief in God. So God to me would imply a creator. So if I don't see a creator creating, which is in my mind constructed, like it's someone from the outside, because you said supreme, they don't believe in something outside the natural world. So that would mean it's outside, and it's creating from that outside and constructed the world that we're living in, the natural world, right? But I don't see a natural world being constructed piece by piece. What I see and what I'm experiencing is a growing world. It all starts from the center and then it exfoliates outwardly. So if I'm seeing that and experiencing that, and does that make me an atheist because I'm not experiencing a constructed world?
No, because what you have to look at is two things. When you put a video game together, do they ever meet the programmer? The characters in that game? They never meet you. You just create them from the outside or from a stance of putting information in. So most scientists have now called the universe a simulation. They also say things like you don't have any free will. Well, if you can't have any free will, that means you're being controlled by something. And if it appears that the universe is being programmed, so you don't see like a great big explosion and no control, like the Earth spins on an axis and it revolves around an orbit, which evolves around the sun. So you're seeing things that are being controlled and you're seeing pieces that are put together. So when the Big Bang happens or whatever banged across, and we know there was some type of explosion because your outer visual for the universe is black, which indicates something hot took place. Something burned. Something was very hot. Energy is as hot as it gets. The energy would be the cause, or at least what we know so far. In the beginning, everything was energy until it cools off and starts to become matter. So an atheist is just someone who doesn't believe in your organized spirituality system. It doesn't mean that they don't believe in a creator. It just means that they don't believe in your spiritual system to bring it forth. But looking at the different gods in the universe, everything begets. Everything. Suns explode. That matter becomes different things on different planets. Nebulas create suns. All that. Everything. Everything. I just said the word. It begets something
I was
else.
going to ask, based on that, would that mean that the supreme being, I'm going to just use that term, is a living organism that is spontaneous, just like nature is spontaneous.
Yeah. All the beings are living.
Well, and I want to expound on something because the Queen said something earlier.
We're echoing.
We're echoing.
Somebody's got an echo.
Somebody's got an echo.
But I'm gonna let you go, Seven, and then I'm gonna finish playing the rest of this so people can see.
Can you hear me? Am I still echoing? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate when you said that you guys had a little bit more information to prove, but Brother Atum made an excellent point. They're not making any claims. Atheists aren't making any claims of any God. The only claim they're saying is, well, they are making one claim that you can't prove your God. So they're not out there researching and trying to prove a God like people who do believe. So you may have a hypothesis of what you think that's proof of God, but there is no proof. It's just your belief of what you think that you can show. You can show him something that you think is proof, but it's not proof. It's something that's based on your belief because it's all belief. None of this has tangible proof for us to prove. It's what you believe. Nobody can't prove it or disprove it.
No, that's
So
that's holding. That's
They
holding.
see they
no,
used to pagan because we think
that's what
everything
belief is about.
No,
Are you done?
it actually
Wait. Why am I echoing though? Are you done, Seven? Because I'm gonna let Black Sage respond to you if you're done.
No, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
But like I said, no one can prove or disprove. It's their own belief. They can go and have somebody say, well, they studied this and they found this, but there's no proof that God exists. There's no proof of that. All that is what you believe. Whatever God you believe, that's your concept of God. But they're not in the tangible way of what we look up as proof, as we've all discussed earlier. But you can come up with more information if you believe in that. It's the same thing with someone who believes in creationism versus um, evolution. Evolution has a vast amount of research and edification towards that subject. Creationism doesn't. So they don't have. We can't critique creationism because they don't have no information to critique. But you have a whole bunch of information of evolution to critique and prove, right? That's why people say evolution is not fact. It's just a theory. We've had a whole bunch of conversations on that too. So I'm going to land my plane right here. There is no proof that anybody's God, actual proof beyond their belief, that it exists beyond their belief. I'll land my plane.
And there's no proof that he doesn't exist.
no. I'm gonna just prove it right now.
I'm gonna let Black Sage go.
Okay.
And then somebody is thank you.
Yeah, somebody's trying to record, and that's why you're getting the echo with their mic open. So here's a problem with that entire statement, right? Because that's a poor classic atheist argument, right? So scientists already are leaning towards now the understanding of quantum physics, that behind that is an intelligence that exists, right? For the existence and the creation of the universe, right? There's no sciences that would tell you that that the universe cannot be shown outside of a mathematical equation. And this mathematical equation, in order for a mathematical equation to exist, there has to be an intelligence, right? The problem is that many don't understand the arguments, right? There's an argument called the argument of fine tuning, right? Science knows that the earth is expanding, right? From a particular point where they say whether it was the point of origin from the Big Bang theory, whatever exploded, they know that Earth is still, the universe, I should say, is still expanding. But guess what? They also know that if the universe slows down, a millisecond or speeds up a millisecond, then the universe as we know it and the life that is sustained within the universe cannot exist. It has to be in that specific equation. It has to exist there. And the only thing that they can come up with is that there has to be an intelligence that set that in order, because the universe itself, unless you say the universe is aware of itself, then the universe would not know how to be in that right frequency. It's just as if when you get that AM, FM, you get that AM frequency and you have to turn that dial just to the right frequency in order for the sound, the station to come in clear. This is how they understand the universe to have developed. That frequency had to be set at the exact proper frequency in order for life to exist. So this argument that there is no proof of God, that's the dogma that people like to argue in. Listen, however I define it, I can call it the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I can call it the Energizer Bunny. But that Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, that Energizer Bunny, has to have an intelligence in order to set these things in place. The fine tuning of the universe requires an intelligent designer. And that intelligent designer, as Anthony Flew said and came to with his empirical evidence and study, came to the fact that without that intelligent design, you cannot have the existence of life or the universe.
That's not proof. That's not proof.
They haven't been arguing that. They haven't been arguing that for decades.
Well, when you look at evolution, number one, divergent evolution is already a failed chapter in its history because your fossil record is not good. You can't prove if anyone leans on Australopithecus, you believe in Bigfoot. And what we're seeing is it leans more towards convergent evolution. They say the only issue with convergent evolution is it needs a mechanism to bring it into existence, and they don't want to say God exists. That's what they say about convergent. But I lean on convergent evolution because not just because it says a God exists, but because it's obvious that this phenotype doesn't make this other phenotype in different kinds. And this type of ape doesn't make this type of monkey, right? And we know when that happens that there's a failure to reproduce, things of that nature. So it's showing that whatever happened must have happened at the chemical level. And to say that there's no information in spirituality that would bring these evidences forth would be a lie, because there's more information in Egyptology than there is in evolution experiments so far. Evolution is starting to catch up, but we've got more spiritual evidence than we have anything else, because we got a whole history from its beginnings to all the way to Islam, which is one of the last religions. So that wouldn't be true. And then when it comes to discussing existence, if I tell you that the sun is Ra, which it was and still is, if I tell you the earth is Geb, which it was and still is, these are languages to describe the early forms of the universe. If I tell you Geb brings you into existence because of the heat of Ra, that's a fact. My gods work. They always have. The Necharu were described as the planets before they was called anything else. Astronomy comes from the Ami Unut, the hour watchers, who told you about the universe and made your first calendar. The first science comes from spirituality. And science is not just given to atheists. Atheists usually don't know science. They just say stuff like, I don't think that exists. They're skeptics. Science comes from spiritualists.
Christians right now are making most of the discoveries because you live in America and most of America is Christian. Muslims make the other half.
I don't disagree with most of what you saying,
Yeah.
or Elder Yahweh saying, but Elder Yahweh did not disprove what I was saying with what he said. What old boy is saying is just a theory. There's no report from the scientific world that they discovered God or what God is or who God is. What you're talking about is somebody who's putting together a hypothesis. But that's not proof. That's just a man's opinion on a body of information he put together. So don't come to me acting just because you got a body of information that it's proof. It's not. It's just a hypothesis right now.
Mathematics is not a
So
hypothesis.
that is a hypothesis you just gave me. Oh, boy, didn't prove that God existed.
It's based on mathematics.
No, what you're explaining is the mathematics, but those
Exactly.
mathematics don't prove that God exists.
Mathematics.
Those mathematics prove that that math exists.
Yes,
That's
it
what
does.
that's
It
proof
proves an
of.
intelligent designer. It absolutely does.
Black Sage. No, it does not. Black
how is
Sage.
a
It does
math
not.
problem solved? How do you solve a math problem?
Say it again.
How do you solve a math problem?
That is not proof. That ain't nothing but math.
How do you solve a math problem is the question.
How do you solve a math problem?
Yes.
By learning how the math works. That's how you solve a math problem.
By
learning how the math works.
By learning how the math works.
Yes.
Does learning require intelligence?
Anything with learning, anything about the word learning requires intelligence. Yes.
Okay. So the universe they know is based on a mathematical equation.
That fact doesn't prove your point. You keep holding on to that fact like that means God exists. But that fact does not prove your point, though. Like I said, the scientific world did not come out and said that they proved that God exists. You speaking like they did.
I'm telling you, listen to what I'm saying.
You didn't prove that God didn't exist either.
Listen to what I'm telling
because you can't prove either, which I've been saying all night. You can't because it's a belief.
Listen, it's
belief. You can't prove or disapprove someone's faith. You can't do it.
All right, let him go now. Thank you. What were you saying?
Yeah, they know that the universe is based on a mathematical equation.
But that fact doesn't prove your point.
Listen, brother, I'm speaking. They know that it's based on a mathematical equation. They're attempting to solve that mathematical equation. But that mathematical equation is already in place. You cannot have a mathematical equation without an intelligence. You cannot.
Oh no! The only thing that mathematics is model, not necessarily that it's based on.
We are echoing.
I think it happens when my mic comes on. Let me say one thing and I'll be done with it. When you talk math, you're talking programming generally.
That's philosophical.
If you use math, you definitely you're talking about a programmer. So and this is why I say atheists that they usually go to math as their go-to, but math doesn't work in evolution. What do you know? So math works for God. Like I said, the singularity is no different than the calculation of the universe. The singularity and God have the same math equation at its bare base. So if we're talking math, we're talking an equation. If we're talking a simulation, like they keep calling what we exist in, we're talking about some type of programmer or somebody who's putting in the tunes or somebody who's the earth is pretty lucky.
So there's a body that's doing it.
God is in
the gods, because there's obviously more than one entity.
See, all of this is a theory. None of this proves that there's a God in the way that you guys referring to it.
Science says that there is a simulation in the sense. So this is known. It's
No,
not.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
So there
What I'm
has
saying
to
is
be.
by that fact, that does not prove what you guys are outlining. It's nothing but a theory based on that fact.
No, I'm not calling it proof. What I'm saying is this:
Based
it
on what fact?
leans more towards the evidence that there must be something in control or things in control, and this is why I say that God.
I don't disagree with that, brother.
Yeah,
Well, let me
we're there on the
Where's the
same
echo
level.
coming from? Please driving me crazy. Where's the echo coming from?
I told you, I think it's me when I open my microphone and other people's mics are on, it echoes. That's why I keep muting out.
Okay, thank you, Asar and Ka. This is the thing. We're not saying like what I said earlier and what's being presented. I said if they always want to ask us for proof and prove this. If there was, if theists take the time, it's not hard for us to show them that our belief is, because they're always trying to be superior. It's superior to their belief because their belief is only based on things that let them down or things that they looked at and said, oh, for them, they decided, oh, God's not there. For whatever reason, I mean, there could be lots of reasons. They don't look close enough. They're not philosophical enough. They can't seem to understand why or how it works. So what Yara presented and then what Asarim Ka said, it just shows that we can have an intelligent conversation about something being there. I mean, there's so much we could present, but for the atheists, it doesn't matter. They're going to always say, like what kind of, and I appreciate you being the devil's advocate, Seven. They're going to say what you say.
I'm going to be the second one for a second. That's the devil's advocate because I have a question. Is anyone afraid of there not being a God, of there not being a creator? That's my question.
No. In fact, great question. On the contrary,
I love that question.
Atheists are afraid that there might be a God. They say they're totally resigned to the fact there is not a God in their concept that God doesn't exist. But they keep asking, prove it to me. They keep on their quest, is God there? So subconsciously, they really want to make sure that they're not making a mistake and that there is actually a God. And so
are you sure, Sister Nepal, that the believers aren't scared that if there's a God or not? I think there's some that may be.
The Christian God that they know about, there's trouble for them if they don't believe in the God. So go on, Seven. What were you saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think there's some.
That might be scared. I still hear that echo. Let me say this, right? So,
my bad.
Oh yeah, I was going. So if you let's look at life for a minute. There's a couple things, right? Energy is created, can't be destroyed. It can expand, though, right? That's one thing. Second, you had about 3 lives so far. You were a sperm cell in your mother in some different body. You were an egg cell in your mother, different body, and you were a sperm cell in your father with a totally different existence than how you are now. Then you physically came together as one being inside your mother and you ate through your stomach. That's your third life. Then you got pushed out into this existence where you now eat and consume with your mouth. That's your fourth life. So just because you're going to shed this physical body, wouldn't it suggest that your energy is probably going to travel and do something else?
Good question. I like that. That brings back a deeper, you have to go into a deeper philosophical conversation. Once you show this, I'm going to show some information on this consciousness experiment and, well, not really experiment, but you'll see. Go ahead, Black Sage. I think are you talking? Oh, no, you're not muted. Thank you, Tahuti. He says, I'm so smart and articulate. I'll take it. Because I'm usually called the opposite. All right, Black Sage. I think you have to go out and come back in. So
So
while we
I
wait
was
for
just making that point real quick.
Yes.
I was bringing that up to say, you know, in the way of the warrior, this is just my stance. This is something that I learned on and through my experience. I have no fear of there being a God or not being a God whatsoever. That derived through my attitude of faith, because for me, faith and belief are kind of, to me, at least to me, they're different. Whereas my attitude of faith was to just let God be, like basically let God do his thing. If I truly believe, I'm just going to let him do his thing, and I'm going to walk on, you know, in my stance. And that to me displayed my divine responsibility from that point on. And so I only ask that question because I feel like some people get caught up in the argument of there being a God and not being a God because of fear. And that's why I said my stance was in truth and walking on the path of liberation. That's why I was asking that question.
Can I just make a statement about that question?
Sure. Yes.
I would say that, you know, me being a practitioner, we don't understand ourselves as separate from God. And so when you look at God as outside of yourself, then there's something to fear, right? But if God is within you and you're a literal part of the universe and of God and of the creator and the creation, and it's a creation, and you're just a vessel that is really a spirit having this experience, then you would not fear there wasn't a God, because you understand that there is one because you exist.
I like that. That's nice. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I want to share this. Thank you, Genesis and Shuamun. I want to show you this. I'd say it's an experiment. Yes, it is. It's a common experiment. And this is to the point that I was making about we as theists, as believers, can bring up, you know, the idea of something outside of this natural world. You're Black Sage. I still don't see your device connected. So while he's trying to get that worked out, I want to show you this if I can. What did Mary know? What did Mary know? This is a consciousness experiment, because see, the consciousness conversation, unfortunately for atheists, has now moved into academic mainstream science. So they're lost completely. When you keep asking me, prove God, prove God, prove God, you're wrong. You don't even have an idea of how a belief, a faith, a conceptualization of God works, which is real if we talk about consciousness. What did Mary know? Marina Gurner on a thought experiment about consciousness. Imagine a girl called Mary. She's brilliant. She's a brilliant neuroscientist. Now, this is going to take the conversation a little bit into more of the, you know, discussion of consciousness, but it still pertains to a belief in something, an individual personal conceptualization. So anyway, I digress. She is a brilliant neuroscientist and a world expert on color vision. But because she grew up entirely in so this is the experiment, by the way, in a black and white room, she has never actually seen any colors. Many black and white books and TV programs have taught her all there is to know about color vision. So she knows about color. She's an expert on it. Mary knows facts like the structure of our eyes and the exact wavelengths of light that stimulate our retinas when we look at light blue sky. One day, Mary escapes her monochrome room. Remember, it's black and white. And as she walks through the gray city streets, she sees a red apple for the first time. Now, remember, she's an expert on color. What changes upon Mary's encounter with the red apple? Has Mary learned anything new about the color red upon seeing the color for the first time? Since Mary already knew everything about the physics and biology of color perception, she must surely have known all there is to know about the color red beforehand, right? Or is it possible that some facts escaped physical explanation? Get it? Physical explanations, like prove it. Let me see something objective. Okay, it's beyond that. So if Mary has learned something new, then we can conclude that scientific explanations cannot capture all there is to know. All there is actually, factually, objectively to know. See how now consciousness is consuming that whole show me objective. Let me see the red car. Now the conversation of consciousness says, oh, we can't know everything just because we have the science. We have to look at the consciousness side. Then we can conclude that scientific explanations cannot capture all there is to know, argues Professor Frank Jackson, who thought up this scenario in the epiphenomenal qualia. So it's called, that's the experiment, epiphenomenal qualia, in the Philosophical Quarterly, 1982. The story of Mary is known as the knowledge argument, and it has become one of the most prominent thought experiments in the philosophy of the mind. I'll stop sharing this for a minute and look at the panel. Do you get what I'm saying? So when I say my conceptualization of God, science is telling me that it is real. Atheists can't do anything about that. Science has shown, because science and philosophers and scientists are coming together in this conversation of consciousness. And when we talk about something like God, which is abstract, it's a faith, it's something beyond what we can just say, show me objective, come on, hurry up and say it. Like this Matt Dillahunty, I'm still waiting for Yara to come in. It's not just that cut and dry. So I'm going to go around. I'll start with Genesis, and I'll go to Shu. What do you think, first off, about that experiment and the powerful tool or the weaponry that we have against atheists to bring it up and say, I can't show you God. It's in your consciousness. I can't conceptualize God for you. I'm handing the mic over to you, DJ Genesis.
Well, one thing I said in the chat, I said that I think that for like some part of like an atheist wants you to prove them wrong because they want to believe.
Yeah,
that's why they ask you with such fervor, and it disappoints them when in their mind they're able to so-called prove you wrong. Now, what was the question again? I'm sorry. Was I on the right track though? I think that the atheists really don't want to not believe in something because that is the most emptiest feeling you could ever think of. I mean, think about this, to like not even understand a feeling of a creator. Therefore, what's your purpose? I mean, that could just lead down a whole like tunnel of like, what exactly am I here for? I know a person that went from atheism to nihilism, and then eventually like he killed himself. So this is how this whole thing could get. I think that the experiment with the apple, there's no way that a person that's not colorblind could ever know what it's like to not see color and be void of color and then see color and then explain it to someone else. We're all here having our own experience, at the end of the day, and I think that when people want to rely on other human beings that are having their own human experience to explain something to them, that a person that's living in their own meat suit, so to speak, and they're a spirit having their own experience, like how could I explain what my experience is and make you believe based on my experience?
And if you can't explain it, is the apple not real?
No, the apple's real. It's to you. Just like they're having video games, right? You could be playing a video game. You're playing this part of the video game. Does that mean the other people that they're playing are not experiencing what they're experiencing? Everybody's playing. They're part of the game, and everybody got their own like track that they're on. Some people might be over here fighting people on Roblox and jumping across the thing. Other people might be over here in a different room in Roblox. But each person is having their own unique experience.
Thank you very much. I see your back, Black Sage. I'm gonna let you share your information. I just want to let Shu and Moon go, and then I'll go to Black Sage, and then I also. Well, did you hear hear what I read?
Yes,
Black
about
Sage?
Mary, and
Okay, great.
the blind woman. Yes, excellent.
So I'm gonna let Shu and Moon go, and then I'll go to Black Sage, and then you brothers. Did Asar just get back, or was I not even seeing him? That's crazy. How did I not see Asar?
I was hiding.
Okay. So let's
And
go
Asar
ahead.
7's under the words.
Oh wow, Shua Moon.
Yes.
What do you think about that experiment? And would you say that because of the experiment, that the idea, the way she sees red individually, her way, would you say that that still is real according to what we're seeing, what's being said in the philosophical experiment? It's real, right?
Well, yes, because you know, and forgive me, because I think, again, I gotta say this: once a teacher, always a student. I learned from you all. I heard a sister say something about not being separate and knowing that you exist, and I'm going to tie that into this for a moment, because I am legally blind. I don't know if you all can see this on my glasses. I have a bioptic, they call it a bioptic telescope. I have to have it in order to drive. And so
see that.
I actually have had the training as a blind person, and one of my students is fully blind. And so it just goes to show how our beings, and how they say, that we are made in the image of God. I find that interesting, because that would mean that we also, too, in our own way, in our living experience, are omnipotent as well. Because how do you know that what your body is doing without thinking about it? Your body is doing a whole, many different things all at once without you thinking about it, and yet you're doing it, right? And so just in the same, in your living experience, your eyes are what invoke the sun. So in other words, as light, so just because a blind person, people think of blind people only they see black, but that's not true. Blind people don't see, but that doesn't mean they don't have a living experience. They still can feel the sun. They can still be told about the sun. And therefore they're experiencing the sun, and they're experiencing other things as well. And in fact, they're experiencing it in a more amplified way in comparison to sighted people do. And so therefore she probably was able to give her experience as a living being, and that we could go, I'm gonna go along with you, who is made in the image of God, and then expound on her experience even without seeing. And therefore someone like me, who's making so much effort to see, with the bioptic, I got a digital telescope over there, I got a seeing cane, all of that. I'm making all this effort to see, and really they're, seeing it, the vibration of the light comes onto your eye. It's just that simple. Just like sound lands on the eardrum. It's just that simple. And we're doing that all without thinking. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good, brother. You got that.
But hold on. You ever heard the guy that used to make the sounds with his mouth and was able to walk without a cane? And he would just these clicking sounds, and the vibration off of the buildings and everything like this allowed him to somehow in his mind visualize. That means that shows me that sight is really not what we thought it was. Sight is connected to also sound and everything that's around us. So, and do we really hear with our ears? Or do we hear with our mind? Is our ears hearing, or is our mind understanding and hearing what we think. Same thing with our eyes. Are we really seeing, or is our mind interpreting things? You know. So
Yes.
They base superheroes off of that fact, sisters. They're superheroes based off of that
Yeah,
fact.
go ahead, Asar. Tell us, but I just want to bring it back. I appreciate all of this is great. I do want you to know that I'm showing you that the way she sees the color, and even though she knows all about it, she has all the information about it scientifically, but there's more to it that is very significant, and even more significant is what the feeling evokes for her than her knowing all that knowledge. That's what I interpret from it. But you get what I'm saying? It's not even just about her sight. It's
Yeah, the term.
the color. I can't see red for any of you. I can't taste honey for any of you. But it does.
Yes.
But it actually is a real reaction.
But hold on, imagine the person keep asking you, tell me what red looks like. Well, tell me what your red looks like. Does that mean that they want to experience it through your eyes, or is it because they are trying to argue with you? Or is it because they really want you to convince them that red exists? That's what I think atheists are really doing, is that they really want to conceive God and know God, but because they have that cut off from them, they're unable to conceive it. And so therefore, that's why they're always in this argumentative state, to where that because they want to deep inside somewhere in their subconscious, they want to know God, but they feel cut off from it.
Thank you, Genesis. I'm going to let
like
you
that.
respond to the 7. Are you done responding? Because I was going to go to Asar and then hand it right back to Black Sage, because he was trying to. Did you want to say
No,
something?
I just want. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the term you're using, that you're looking for, is perceptional reality that she's going through. We all have our own perceptional reality. More so for people who haven't, who've lost their senses, like the sister was building on, and other senses enhanced, and they experience things in different ways. So, we all have our own individual perceptual reality, and then we all have a reality that is shared. So I think that's what you were building on.
Okay, thank you. Asar, did you want to add? And then I'm going to hand the mic back on to Black Sage and let him finish. I'll call you afterwards, okay?
We can let Brother Sage go. I would just say, concerning the experiment, yeah, I think, therefore I am. So, consciousness is what it is, and you can justify yourself with any perception that you like. That's why they running around here calling themselves that or it, or identifying themselves as whatever, because technically, scientifically, you could say what you want to say and have it exist to a degree.
All right, thank you so much, Asar. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. Black Sage, did you have something to share and you wanted to go? I know you had some technical difficulties, so you're back.
Yeah, it just dropped off. I appreciate that. Good discussion, good panel. Again, I apologize for being late. I meant to be here earlier, but I had some unexpected guests. But again, this whole idea of atheism started at a specific point in time where we know we could pinpoint it, right? So it's not a concept that has always existed, right? Relativity, I can't even say it. Relatively, we can show that this is a much later philosophical question, right? That is something that is not older or thought of in an ancient time. I often hear, and you guys can help me out with that is it Homo sapien is about what, 300? You can help me, Asar, is about 300,000 years old.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fact.
Right. So But we also know, if you study the existence of atheism, I'm sorry, not atheism, but animism and shamanism, it is also almost as that 250,000 to 300,000 years old. So by the time we get to where we see modern man in relatively logical or philosophical thinkers, there has always been the existence of a deism or an animism or a spiritual world that exists outside of themselves that they understood and used to frame the environment or the world to understand life as they know it around them. So when people ask, well, what did we believe before the Bible, right? Well, there was always a belief in a spiritual realm. There was always a belief in quote unquote shamanism. If you study Abraham, Abraham by definition was a shaman, right? So these belief systems and concepts have existed way before any atheism. In the definition of atheism, in its inception, was those who actually, if I'm not mistaken, had a sort of a pagan connotation to it. Those were the ones that actually believed in the concept of gods. So this new concept of atheism that dispels any semblance or any existence that a God exists is something fairly relatively new. So it's not something that even to be held as something that it should be looked at with any ire of credibility. It's all a question. It's all a question, right? It's just, and that's it. So that's all I wanted to say on that. And a good show, great.
I agree with you on that.
Great
I
discussion.
agree with you on that.
Yeah, we're gonna do a series on this. Do you want to see? I'll play a little bit more of this, Colin. I mean, I'm breaking it down, but people said I didn't answer his question. That's what I want you to get to.
Oh,
So
you absolutely did. But yeah, play it, please.
Thank you
Well,
so
you
much.
tried to. You tried to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization. So
I'm sorry.
my conceptualization.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're doing this and not spinning our wheels. I don't need to know whether or not everybody has a conception of God, because you're wrong. That is simply not a fact. Not everybody has a God concept. As a matter of fact, some people have considered many different concepts and rejected all of the ones that have been presented. And then there are groups of people like the Paraha, whose entire civilization has no God concept at all. But I don't care whether or not everybody had a God concept or not. My is, you're a theist. You said you would tell us what God does and how you know. And that's all I wanted to know.
Yes, I was trying to, and he interrupted me.
Okay, as I was about to speak when you gave me the mic, and I appreciate you letting me on, I will.
Okay, I'm going to mute you for just a second because.
So, and this brother on the side, wowing, these people are just glazing this guy. Where did I go ahead? Who wants to weigh in? I heard somebody say something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dog. It's a dog and pony show. This is what you get, not just from atheists per se, but from people who have these. Listen, you see the same thing with almost these modern day panelists. They use the mute button, and you don't realize it, but you're not just debating the person that you're talking to or having a discussion with the person you're talking to. You're also arguing with their ability to hit the mute button, right?
Yes.
Because what that does is they're able to stifle your thought. And it's just like in a sports game, right? We know in football, when the game is down to the down to the line, and they bring the field goal kicker out, and he's about to win the game on the field goal, what does the opposing coach do? They call it freezing the kicker. He calls a timeout. Why does he do that? To throw off the rhythm of the kicker, so that in hopes he'll miss his point or miss the field goal, right? So this is what they do. They freeze the caller, or they freeze their opponent, right? Which is you, DePaul. They try to freeze their opponent to simply throw you off of a valid point that you're about to make. Why? Because they see there's a possibility that they're about to lose this argument.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
They do the same thing in basketball. When the game is down to the line, and someone, they make that last foul, and the player goes to the free throw line, what does the opposing side do? Right before the team before he shoots the free throw, they call a timeout. Why is that? Freeze the shooter, to get him unfocused, to get him off of the argument at hand. Why? To throw you off your ethos, your pathos, and your logos, just to throw you all off.
To throw me off, yes. And you know what else I want to add? You're absolutely right. He did that at the beginning when I said conceptualization. And also, if I just, for me, remember, this is like a hazing, or, oh, this is where we beat up this theist. So he's like, are you entertained? Any little moment where he can just strip me of any type of dignity in his mind. When I pointed out that he cut me off, even that was a moment for him to say, oh, I got to come in here and try to humiliate her some more and let her know who's boss. And everybody's cheering him on like, yes, Matt, get that theist. So I just want to point that out too. But you're right. He's trying to throw me off because I'm in some of these people's world. They're like, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Even a Christian said, I won't say his name because he's going to start crying. He said, why when you came off mute, you just didn't go back into talking? Because I don't have to. He muted me, and I have the right to point that out. And I pointed it out I was polite, but you know what I'm saying? Like, don't forget, this is also my show now. Get it? Because I'm using the content. I don't have to sit there and go, oh, thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to point out, you muted me. And he caught it, and he's like, no. So I just wanted to add that.
What does your God do, and how do you know?
Everyone has a conceptualization of God. It's an individual conceptualization. So
I'm sorry.
My conceptualization.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're doing this and not spinning our wheels. I don't need to know whether or not everybody has a conception of God, because you're wrong. That is simply not a fact. Not everybody has a God concept. As a matter of fact, some people have considered many different concepts and rejected all of the ones that have been presented. And then there are groups of people like the Paraha, whose entire civilization has no God concept at all. But I don't care whether or not everybody had a God concept or not. My thing is, you're a theist. You said you would tell us what God does and how you know. And that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, as I was about to speak when you gave me the mic, and I appreciate you letting me on, I will.
Okay, I'm going to mute you for just a second, because there are other callers on hold, and there are people watching.
And that is not why he's doing it. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't keep on stopping me. He would move the whole thing along, let me say what I need to say, and go. So all this stuff about, oh, I'm doing this because you're taking too long. He's not even hardly letting me speak. So that's just a lie. He just needs to use it for, of course, and I get it. I'm there for it. But everybody's saying, yeah, he can't let you talk forever. He's not letting me talk at all, really.
At all, right. And
yeah, he's pausing to reframe the argument. That's what he wants to do.
Like his little cheerleader might need to look at his finger,
reframe it,
or his heart and his lungs, and he ain't getting enough oxygen in his bloodstream.
Okay. Yeah, you're right though.
It was rude of me to redirect you to the fucking question that I asked you that
Oh,
you.
this is see the show. He's ready. He has to go in, beat me up, use expletives. So, and I barely have spoken, and I was very polite. But it's not about me like, oh, I was so polite. I know he's supposed to be rude. So all of these atheists, like, oh, he cooked you. He was more upset that I wouldn't go into his box.
Facts.
Weren't answering. I'm sorry. But we have this time to try to figure out, is there good reason to believe that there's a God doing something or not?
That wasn't his question. Wait, I'm going to let you talk. Go ahead, Genesis, what were you saying?
Is he fixing to give a whole like speech right now?
Yeah, that's what he does because he knows. He's like, oh shit, this is because on the other people he lets them talk, and so he said he changed the whole question. He's now saying we need to see if you will give us good reason to believe there's a God or not. No, that's not what you asked me. You asked me what do I think my God does, and to tell. Remember the question? It was like, what does your God do and why? Now he's like, we're trying to see if you can convince. Here's the atheist crybaby begging for us to show them who God is. You please help us believe if there's a God. Let's listen.
Every time he paused it on you, he changed it. Every time he paused it, he changed it.
Yes, thank you, Seven.
Goalpost moved. Okay, hello.
Right. Please help
and
me.
Mr. Bulbous fingers over here with his big old bulbous hands and stuff like that. Rub his forehead. Like, go get yourself checked.
But we have this time to try to figure out, is there good reason to believe that there's a God doing something or not? When I take you off mute, all I need you to do is say, oh, I think God does this and here's why. I don't need you to.
When I take you off mute, I think
he's
God
giving you
does
directives.
Yes, he said, I think God does this and this is why, right? Did that was a question, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, let's start.
Whine about, well, you gave me the mark.
He said I'm whining because I pointed out that he muted me within 3 seconds of my statement.
It interrupted me. I've got a show here to do. And if I let people wander, everybody suffers.
You didn't even let me say 3 seconds of speech, though.
My apologies. This is not just a chat. That's why I asked you if you were willing to do this. And so let's try it again. Nepal's calling from Arizona. Nepal's atheist who said that she's willing to talk about what God does and how she knows it. Nepal, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. As I said, thank you for letting me on to add my concept of God, my particular concept, my personal concept. And
they don't like that. The guy on the right is
you stuck to the script.
Right.
You stuck to your script. He didn't like it.
and watch the guy start saying how many times he's going to say concept because I want to drive that home. But remember the information that R.I.S.E showed us about what is it, Anthony Flew?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. This is their kryptonite. Yes. And then even the experiment with the color in the apple, they can't get around it. And these are facts.
My concept of the God that I serve is that
when I say these are facts, it means that my conceptualization, it's a fact that I conceptualize, and it's a fact that I cannot tell him how to conceptualize as I conceptualize.
That's right.
All right.
Fact.
This God is omniscient.
So wait, they said I didn't answer. Let's see these. Oh my God, these atheists are such religious zealots. They said all the atheists said I didn't answer. Let's see if I do.
Is that concise enough for you?
Let's try it again. Nepal's calling from.
I don't see myself getting cooked, and I know when I get cooked. I don't see myself getting cooked, but let's listen.
Arizona, Nepal's atheist who said that she's willing to talk about what God does and how she knows it. Nepal, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. As I said, thank you for letting me on to add my concept of God, my particular concept, my personal concept. And my concept of the God that I serve is that this God is omniscient, omnipotent, and balanced. Is that concise enough for you?
Now, let's talk. You know he's rushing me along, right?
Absolutely.
He's asking me, what does my God do? Clearly, if I say my God is omnipotent, all-powerful, omniscient, all-knowing, and I didn't say omnipresent yet, but even that embodies absolutely everything. Am I wrong?
Everything. There you go. Yeah. What does God do? You everything.
So Queen Nepal, this goes back to my question earlier about words being a concept, because you are answering the question. It's just that the problem is, and what he does and uses as a way to like dismiss all of that is what he was going to do is, well, can you demonstrate this for me? Can you demonstrate it? You know, because that's his way of saying like, okay, what you're saying, your concept is not that's not evidence. That's not sufficient evidence.
He's trying to use the scientific method for a belief. He's trying to use the
Yes.
scientific method for a belief.
Yes.
But thank you for adding that, both of you. So with him, I answered. I mean, he's rushing me along, so I'm not going to go into some spiel about when I wake up in the morning, I see the sun, I close my eyes. He's rushing me. Remember, I have to hurry. So I said,
he wanted you to do that, so he could like make
he
all
wanted
that.
me to do that, but he said I had to hurry. So I said I was concise. My God, I didn't even go into, because my God is all powerful, my God does everything. So how am I not answering this guy's questions in the context of him saying, don't ramble? But let's keep listening. That was rhetorical. Let's keep listening. We're almost done with this.
Omniscient, omnipotent, and what?
Balanced.
Balanced?
Yeah, the word that talks about two sides working out and not being lopsided, asymmetrical, balanced.
Lopsided is synonymous with asymmetrical. To the dummies in his comment board saying she thinks that asymmetrical means balanced. No, on the contrary. I said lopsided, asymmetrical. But even I'm rushing when I gave him the example of the definition of balance. I said two sides working out. I was being rushed, remember, and I had to just give him a basic definition so he would know what I was saying. But in the context of my conceptualization of God, when I say balance, is perfect.
All encompassing.
All encompassing. Thank you. Wow. But I can't do that with him, right? Because remember, I'm getting muted if I speak too long or if I go and say too much. So I got to hurry up and say what I need to say. So thank you. Let's keep listening.
Can I ask, how could something be all powerful and balanced?
Now you see the difference between this guy, even though this guy has to cheer him on and go along with his BS. The guy, the Durante is much more, he's not in his feelings. I'm going to keep it layman terms. He's actually probing like this guy on the left should be doing, but the guy on the left is too busy trying to do his show and to please all of the butthurt people in his atheist church, that he's trying to get as much disrespect into me as he can because I'm a believer. But the guy on the right is really generally asking some serious, some decent questions, right? I just want to point that out.
How can something be all powerful and balanced?
Yeah, isn't if something is all powerful, isn't it all the power on one side? Wouldn't that be the definition of not balanced?
No. What?
Not necessarily. It could be governing over the balance.
Now remember, I'm rushing. All encompassing.
Yeah, his definition was horrible. That was a horrible definition of all powerful. Balance on one side. Horrible.
All powerful means balance on one side. He don't even. That question was stupid. What?
Here we go.
Yeah, it was terrible.
And he thought he ate with that. Look at it.
So what does this God that you believe? Because I didn't ask what your God concept.
Okay, see, this shows to me. I don't care how much they've been praising this guy. I don't care how long Cube said he's been watching this guy for 7 years. when he says this, I know he is such on a lower level with this whole conversation than anyone on our channel. I mean that. When he comes in, listen what he says about he didn't ask the concept. But did he not ask me to explain what my God is and
Exactly.
Talk about that. Talk about that.
Exactly. And this is what I've been saying. Like everyone that intelligently speaks about or has this conversation, even in Anthony Flu's work we just looked at, he talks about the importance of the conceptualization of God or a deity. And he talks about it, that it exists in multiple forms, in multiple cultures, not in cultures that are not connected with each other, right? So there is this argument or ontological argument where like if I have a concept of God in my mind, it's real to me, right?
Thank you.
It's real to me.
Exactly.
Right?
And he doesn't even know that was he was at the core. He's asked me that. He's so busy wanting me to start telling him different things and occurrences, like what you said, like the Most High wrote his finger wrote the Ten Commandments. And he wanted that, but he didn't get what he wanted.
I think they wanted you to
But
say
he
that.
can't prove that it's not real to you either, though. He can't prove that. He can't disprove that it's not real to you.
That's correct. He cannot do it. And that's the ontological argument that they will forever lose.
Thank you. What were you going to say before I played? What were you saying? Thank you.
The fact that he's talking about all power on one side, I believe that in his mind, he thinks that people believe that God is just nothing but all good, all positive.
Yes.
He does
And that's
not
coming up.
that of God as a full-natured being that could be good, evil, everything encompassing.
Well, yeah, and when you say in my teachings, like, see, now I'm going off. We understand when we say God is all good, but not when you go deeper and more with more complexity. You can see the death and the dying and all of that, and that's a way deeper conversation. He's saying he doesn't have a lot of time. Get it? Right. So let's hear the rest of this. But thank you from all of you for adding.
What does this God do, and how do you know?
Well, you asked me belief. Belief is concept.
No. What I asked you is,
see, now he's upset. He said, I didn't ask you the concept. And they said that he cooked me. But is belief concept?
Absolutely.
It's synonymous with each person. Everybody have different beliefs. So
yes. So
you can't have a belief without a concept. They're both mutually
they're synonymous.
They're synonymous. Yeah. You can't have one without the other.
Different ways. If we all walked into the same room, one person will say it's a red room with this, that, the other. Another person would say, well, it had chairs and it had this, that, the other. Another person would say, well, there's a flower on the table. Everybody, when they experiences the room differently. So therefore, you can't tell a person that, well, what's your belief in God? Well, everybody have different beliefs. Everybody have different concepts of what it is. So you want to know what her concept is and what her belief is and why. So you could destroy her.
He didn't want to know because he wouldn't even let her explain it.
Yeah, right. And you know what? You're having a consciousness conversation, and this is why they're losing. I'll say this again. The days are over when they can laugh at consciousness, because consciousness is now studied in mainstream academics. We're going to make a series out of this atheism conversation, most high willing, and we will talk about what's going on at the University of Virginia, which he's not ready. So let's keep listening.
Not balanced.
Not necessarily. It could be governing over the balance.
Okay, so what does this God that you believe, because I didn't ask what your God concept was, but thanks. What does this God do, and how do you know?
Well, you asked me belief. Belief is concept.
No. What I asked you.
I want to dwell on this. I thought he cooked me. He just got made to look stupid. He even said, I don't want to. I asked you what you believe. I didn't ask you your concept. Who's really looking stupid?
Is, are you willing to tell us what your
sounds
God does and how you know? That's what I asked you. I didn't say, are you willing to define your God concept? I'm happy that you did. There's a number of potential issues with it, but we need to get back to the question at hand, which is, what does your God do and how do you know?
My God does all. My God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-present, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And my God is balanced. That is my belief, which is my conceptualization of God.
Okay.
It's my own personal conceptualization.
Let me just say this, if I could just stop this, because I know these people like, okay. First of all, I noticed something about myself when I get ahead of myself. I understand that he wants to hear a belief and then it's just on the surface. I want to talk about conceptualization. So I want to be clear. When I say concept and belief, there's like this gray area. So I don't want to, I did say synonymous, right? But I do want to let you know that an abstract thought, something that I experience, and then I process it in my mind, and then I form from that concept my foundation of faith in God. Am I being clearer? Because I don't want, they always try to.
Honestly, Clean the Pot, I always admired like the way you critique biblical scripture and research, because a lot of people don't do it. I mean, as I stumbled across the channel, I thought because of the different stances and spiritual practices that I was into, that I would never stumble across somebody like that was on that level. But you said something very important here. I'm gonna just use a different term. What you're talking about is root knowledge, whereas he wants you to answer based on the surface knowledge, things that you're used to seeing, things that you're used to hearing about. And because he couldn't play on that, that's why he got upset. And that's why I kept saying, well, I don't see where she was whining. He said you were whining. Somebody said, oh yeah, she whined. I didn't see where you were whining at all. So no, I think that you hit it right on the nose with what you just said.
Yeah, and real quick, let me jump in. I want to say this, I just want to correct you. Belief in concept, you are right. It can be synonymous in its understanding.
When we're talking about this, right?
Yeah, when we're talking about this, you're absolutely correct with that. And this is why they were shaking their heads saying, no, they're completely wrong. These are two idiots, right?
Yeah.
And another thing, let's not gloss over the fact that although their subject matter may be about religion, atheism, and in this particular argument, this still has residue of a manosphere platform, right?
Yes.
Where it's male dominated, right?
Mm-hmm.
The man has to always be correct, especially when a woman challenges him. And then once he realized that there's a female who's at par or has not fallen for the banana in the tailpipe or is chasing him down his atheistic rabbit hole,
right?
And now he has to stand up and actually prove his argument or make his argument. This is the way that they act. And so these guys, like I went and listened to a few things, like throughout the day. I just listened to a few of his other shows. Like, he's a moron, right? Yeah. He's a moron, right? Because he does this to everyone, right? It's a gimmick.
Yes.
It's a gimmick.
Yes, sir. That's what it is.
He has no logic. He has no logic with these arguments, right? The only thing what he wants to argue is the dogma. And when you didn't give him that, he lost it.
Thank you.
He immediately knew it.
And hold on, I want to.
And can I piggyback real quick?
Say really what I
Let
think.
her go, and then you can go 7. I promise.
All right. So he wanted to be able to ask a very intricate question, but he wanted like it to be framed in a way that it would be a stupid answer. Think about this.
Yes, ma'am.
What does a ball do? Well, balls bounce. They you can throw them up in the air, whatever, right? But what does God do?
You can't answer
That's so simple. You know what I'm saying? What does water do? Well, it spreads. It it wets people. But what does God do? You know, and that's the problem is that he's asking you a very intricate question, but he's expecting you to answer it in a simplistic way. And then he's mad when you break it down and give him a very detailed answer about what it is. Well, I didn't ask you about your concept and this, that, the other, but you can't describe God in a simplistic way. Like God bounces up and down, God wets people, God is, no, God is wet, is all encompassing. You answer this question. God is everything. God is omnipresent, omnipotent. I'm this. You gave your description, but he still asked the same question over and over again, expecting a different answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You hit it on the head. What did you want to say, 7?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little more clarity on when Black Sage was talking about belief and concept, because what I think what people are going to try to do is, yeah, you can have a belief and it's not connected to a concept, but what you actually was discussing with him was your religious belief, right? Your religious beliefs, which is a body of beliefs that you can't have religious beliefs without concept. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they're synonymous, because you can't have a religious belief without a concept attached to it.
Well, concept
When somebody
different things. I do have to say
exactly. So you can't have a religious belief without a concept behind it. When people ask you what your religious belief is,
beliefs are
then
subjective.
you're gonna have
Concepts are blocks to thought. To have
exactly. So it's a religious belief that you was that you was trying to break down the concept of your religious beliefs.
Thank you. Let's play the rest of it. I appreciate the input. It's great. And we're almost through. We're almost done with this.
Someday you'll figure out that I'm trying to do you a favor, because all I'm asking is, what does...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea.
Your God do? When you say your God does all, did your God poop in my toilet today?
Crazy question.
In essence, yes.
He thought I was going to get triggered off that. He's not ready for us, y'all.
Right.
Go ahead, Black Sage. You were going to say something?
Yeah, he's a moron. It just proves my point.
A horrible question.
Look at him looking forward, like what? This guy.
Right.
No, the brother. We might talk to him a little bit, and then he might be over here talking about, okay, I get it. There is a God, because he seems like, well, I never heard this before. I need to come up to the HOK.
God poop in the toilet. Yeah, well, God, you're a part of God, and God made pooping, and God made dirt, and don't hurt, won't hurt.
Yeah, and he's just vulgar. And again, them saying, oh, that one person was like, oh, he wasn't rude at all. He's trying to trigger me. He doesn't know I am really from the toughest environment. Like you asking me.
He was condescending. He was sarcastic. How he wasn't rude? Come on.
But those are, you have to understand, those are strategies to keep you off center, because a lot of times we focus on the actions of our opponent, of our interlocutor, right? Well, he's disrespecting me, but all of that is to keep you away from your argument, right? See, I do that at times to debaters.
I was just about to say that, LD. I was just about to say those are your tactics.
Yeah, I do it at times to debaters.
You say you're doing me a favor. He was hoping that you would get off the subject and be like, "What you doing me a favor? What you mean you doing me a favor?"
Because
and get off the subject, and then y'all get the back and forth, and
right. Because one of the terms we use for that in marketing, we call it the pig in the window, right? So it's like if I have this display window and I want you to buy something, right? I really want you to come into my store. That's why they have display windows. I'm going to put something in that window that does not belong there, right? It should never be there. Why are we doing that? Because psychologically, you want to know why it's there. You're going to focus on the thing that's out of place. And the thing that's out of place in these debates is, well, you know what? You're a moron, right? And the moment that happens, I already know I'm not a moron. I don't believe that about myself. But if you are afraid of what other people's opinions are of you, right, which I'm not, then that triggers you. And then you're off. You're off kilter, you're off balance, right? And so this is
they use that in sports.
Yeah, and right. And that's all what he's doing. But this guy here knows that most people can't give the answer that Sister Napa gave, and they don't give it. The moment
you talking about the brother?
Omnipotent, omniscience, right? He's everywhere. Once she went into that, she clearly gave the definition of a conceptualization of her God, which was
she answered the question twice too, right? She answered the question twice.
It was his question. What does your God do and how do you know it? Well, he's omniscient. What is omniscient? He's all-knowing. He's all-powerful.
He's all-powerful, so he's doing everything.
Right, he's doing everything. And how do I know that? Because I've witnessed this in my life, right?
And yes, and that right there, remember, he's in a rush. First off, I already know how they work. I'm not sharing these anecdotal moments with him. I'm not telling him anything. I was watching a movie and something manifests in the center of the room, and I knew it had to do with that. I'm not doing that. Right. But yes, thank you. Let's listen a little more. This is almost done, but I appreciate it. We're going to use this as a foundation in a series that we're going to do, because I really don't argue with atheists typically because it's useless. However, I'm doing this series now, and I hope I can have all of you come back when we do it again. I'm doing this series now because enough is enough. If we're going to get on proselytizing, hypocritical people of Abrahamic faith, we're going to get on this religion as well. You know what I'm saying? They've done enough. We got to expose them for being a bunch of bitter believers that, as I think it was Genesis and somebody else said in the chat, stop trying to force your beliefs down my throat. I don't have to believe like you. Your belief is that God doesn't exist. My belief is that God does. So I just want to say thank you. I love the input from everybody. I'm going to play this. And then, you're going to
make me go up on there and be like, okay, now what?
Now I want you to watch the brother.
You should.
I want to show you something. Yes, this is we're B1 over here. Even though he's cheerleading for this guy, I'm talking about the Durante, the brother. Watch how he reacts to my conceptualization of God when this guy tries to, throw me off with his vulgarities. Fair use.
Right, there we go. All right. I see what he's saying now.
And my God is
grab the
balanced.
fruit and all that stuff, and then put it. I'm just joking. I'm being silly.
Right. I went a little far back, but I'm going to let it play.
That is my belief, which is my conceptualization of God.
Okay.
It's my own personal conceptualization.
I'm desperately someday you'll figure out that I'm trying to do you a favor, because all I'm asking is, what does your God do? When you say your God does all, did your God poop in my toilet today?
In essence, yes.
Oh.
The brother.
Did your God slaughter innocent people?
In essence, yes.
Okay. How do you know that your God has ever done anything?
See, he didn't like those answers. He expected me to say, and everybody has their different, but where I come from, if I say, has the scripture, I do the good and I do the evil, so to speak, the murder, the so-called killing. I alone do all things, but he wasn't ready. And I dang sure couldn't take the time to just quote Isaiah to him because I can't.
He didn't think he was going to own up to it. He didn't think he was going to own up to it.
How do you know your God does anything? Because everything exists.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes.
Again, I told you. You asked me to be concise.
No, stop. I'm asking you how you are aware that your God has done something. I'm not asking you to just restate your fucking belief again. I'm asking, how is it that you are aware of this? I've asked it now 3 or 4 times. How are you aware that your God does anything?
See, I'm not going to be long. He didn't like that I said, my God does everything. Yep. Because basically I didn't say it yet. I said, he's omnipotent. If he's all powerful, you asked me if he pooped in the toilet. I said, essentially, yes. You asked me if he kills these innocent. I said, yes. I answered him, but he's getting angry, and these people are like, oh, you didn't answer him. Oh, yeah, I did. He just didn't like the answer. Let's keep listening.
The answer is, to be concise, it's because it took place, and it exists, and it happened.
Remember, I have to be concise. He said, how do you know your God does anything? I'm talking about my concept of God, because it happened. I got to be quick, right? How do I know God did it? In my life, it's because it happened. Get it?
Right.
It's because it exists. If it exists and it happens, I know my God did it. Now, I'm going to go back a tiny bit if I can, because he's asking me, how do you know your God did it? Because I see it happened. There it is.
Useless God concept. And
that's your opinion. It exists and it happened.
Right there.
You asked me to be concise.
No, stop.
What?
I said you killed him right there.
And then I sound so goofy saying I sunned you, because I can't really talk but I did, like you said, I knew it bothered him. I knew I did kill him, but he's like, once I gave him the answer that he didn't like, but everybody's like, you didn't answer him. No, I didn't answer him how he wanted me to answer him.
Right.
Stop. I'm asking you how you are aware that your God has done something. I'm not asking you to just restate your fucking belief again. I'm asking, how is it that you are aware of this? I've asked it now 3 or 4 times. How are you aware that your God does anything?
The answer is, to be concise, it's because it took place, and it exists, and it happened.
Okay. You have a completely ridiculous, irrational, and useless God concept. And
that's your opinion.
See, he acknowledged you gave him an answer right there.
Thank
you. He just said it was ridiculous, but he acknowledged you gave him an answer.
Yes, he did. He surely did.
Idiot.
Thank you. But they are like, you never answered him. See, he doesn't like that. That's it. It's
not the answer.
It's flawless. How's it ridiculous? Because you can't come in and try to dismantle it.
You stuck to the script and stood ground on what you believed, and you didn't let him waver you, because that's what he was trying to do.
He had to curse. That tells me that he was thrown off guard.
Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, he started getting angry.
That means that they are not in control of their own. They're losing their
emotion. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're almost
done.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's not just an opinion. It's not just an opinion.
I said it's your opinion, and I am turning up a little bit because I know what time it is. Like, I'm gonna play.
And you're vulgar, and I just sunned you.
I said I just sunned you.
Yes, you did. You did. You did.
There it is.
It's not
There it
just
is.
my opinion. I can actually back. So is the notion of anything.
Did you hear the brother talking about there it is? What did you expect? He's been disrespecting me the whole time. I'm gonna get some in, but the brother's like, there it is. Sorry.
The answer is, to be concise, it's because it took place, and it exists, and it happened.
Okay. You have a completely ridiculous, irrational, and useless God concept. And
that's your opinion.
No,
that's
it's not just an opinion. It's not just an opinion.
It is, and you're vulgar, and I just sunned you.
It's not.
There it is.
It's not
there
just
it is.
my opinion. I can actually back it up I can actually back up my position. See, because when we say, how are you aware of something? There's a number of different models that structure how we become aware of something. When I say, what does your God do? And you say, my God does all. That is an absolutely useless thing. So is the notion of omnipotence and omniscience. Those things, by the way, are potentially in contradiction with themselves and irrational.
How?
But
what?
Based on what?
This
So
dude is
he's such a
horrible.
liar. Then how is it rational? Like,
how are they contradicting each other?
He's not.
Well, he didn't prove nothing. He showed no proof.
Gonna say this and then not show any breakdown of, okay, this is why this is inconsistent because blah blah blah. He's not gonna do that. He's just gonna say that and leave it at that. I guarantee you.
Right, because in order for him,
but I can guarantee you he is not gonna back up anything he says. He just wanted to attack you in that moment because he wanted to seem like he is the person that the intelligent.
I'm gonna be real. I felt some chauvinism in this whole exchange with you and him.
Just like the manosphere flavor. That's what I was saying. But see, in order for him to even make that position he just tried to make, I can prove it and back it up because omnipotence and omniscience is in opposition to each other logically. Then that means he would have to give a concept of a deity to prove that. How do you show that?
He's gonna have to show the contradiction.
Yeah,
he's just saying a contradiction. He couldn't show
and
it.
He would have to show that an omniscient God is in opposition to an omniscient God.
How could that be possible, right?
It's
like
not. It's stupid.
If you're all knowing, omniscient, why wouldn't you be logically all powerful?
Right. Knowledge is power.
Let me finish playing this, you guys. I appreciate all of this input. Wait, I think I see the brother Shu Amun. Did you want to say something in opposition to this? Because it's okay. We don't have the echo chamber. But I just wanted to hear from you. Is there anything you want to add before I play any more of this?
No, I mean, honestly, again, I think you proved it right off the gate, that, there was no way that you could have answered the question without it being what you said, which is your concept of God. It's not possible. And for him to say that those things contradict each other, he would have to demonstrate how. He would have to show and prove that. So no, that's all really I have to say.
Is he going to break it down, or is he just going to just
say
that?
No, honey.
No.
He is so triggered. He kicks me off. And I'm going to show you about when I was rushing, I said I want to impart myself. He's like, oh, because they do like, oh, you don't know what the word impart means because you're in a different conversation. If I said, let me impart myself, if I say, hello, welcome to my lecture, I would like to impart myself, then that would be grammatically incorrect. But in a conversation about me and my belief and my core essence of myself, when someone literally asks me, what do you believe? And then I say, well, when you're talking in a spiritual sense, it is correct to say, or it is grammatically okay and acceptable to say, let me impart myself. And you don't have to take my word for it. I'm going to obviously go and Google it and show you the resources and the information on that. Because at the end of this, he's going to say, oh, you want to impart yourself. And by that time, I'm grasping for straws to try to get a couple words in because he's muting me out. The one with the power has the mute button. But let me go ahead and play. There's not much more. I do want to play the whole thing. And then he talks about me like 30 minutes afterwards, but let's just at least play when I'm on the panel.
When we're asking, 30 minutes? How are you aware that?
Yeah, he talked. I made they're like, oh, he could.
Yeah, because you beat him up.
Thank you. I really feel like I got him.
You need to bring him up on this panel and let us all cook his ass.
I would love to see him come over.
He's not going to come on here. He's not coming here.
One of the people from HOK and Disa, the atheist sister that she's been over here, he had her as a guest, like he has Durante. So he does go to different platforms. He does go to theist platforms, but he might be scared to come over to us because we're a different breed over here.
I might ask him to
Yeah,
come
he's
to
not going to be able to.
I might ask him to come to mine and then just like surprise him with you.
Well, don't say it on here, because you know his flying monkeys are sending this to him.
Right.
So let's hear the rest.
That your God does anything. Let me make it this way. Nepal, is there anything that happens that isn't something that your God did?
And by this point, it's useless. So I'm just going to come in and ask him if he's a bully. Listen.
Let me understand something. Are you a bully that just...
Okay.
And I know who he is. But again, for my show and my content and for his audience, I want to vocalize, are you a bully? Because he is a bully. That's what his show is about, remember?
Mm-hmm.
This is what atheists do. They bully. They try to embarrass you. They want to be condescending. They want to make you feel stupid. I mean, I don't like comparing the pseudo killers to this guy because they're light years beyond him in my opinion. But it's very similar to how the pseudo killers, with an atheistic base, they are often wrong, and they still want to act like they're right. You remember he lied about the Paraha people? They lie. And they make it like, oh, let's make fun of everybody. So yeah, they're bullies. They're just bullies.
Well, he was wrong about in part too. He was wrong about the word in part and how you used it as well.
Exactly. Let's go. But so that's why I'm saying now at this point, I'm done trying to talk to him with the whole, because he, what my God does. It's almost over.
I'm going to mute you again. I'm very sorry that your fragile little feelings are hurt. But we're adults here. And this is my job, and we're
adults, but he's mocking me for asking if he's a bully when that's what the show is about. And then we got the brother doing the thing. I do that crying thing too, but it's okay.
And they're so-called professionals.
And I'm asking you questions.
Professional bullies.
No,
and giving you an opportunity.
It's almost like you know how they had those movies and you had like the big guy and then you had the people around him like, you like what he said, like.
Yeah,
like a crony, like
he's just crony on here. Yeah, he's a guest, but he's just crony.
Opportunity to demonstrate what you believe.
He's saying I'm giving you an opportunity. What he didn't know is that I have access to a platform that has twice as many subscribers than he does. You know what I mean? He's like, listen, just listen. And I'm not flexing, but I'm just making a point that he thought he was just bullying a theistic woman, and he's like, I gave you this opportunity. He had no idea that we were going to come over here, and I'm going to keep dragging him. I'm going to drag these atheists. I really want to, and I'm going to drag them in a very intelligent way. We're going to keep exposing them, right? Team, don't leave me. We got to keep exposing them for who they really are. They're bitter believers. We're trying to push their beliefs on everybody. And if people don't believe like them and reject God like they do, then they got to make, they got to make them suffer.
To demonstrate.
And if you let them push their narrative.
Go ahead. I muted it. I stopped it for you.
I was just going to say, if you let them push their narratives and you're not able to articulate your own, then their narrative is what's going to be the truth. So you have to do that.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so let's look.
For the ridiculous claim that God does all, including slaughtering innocent people, in essence, and pooping in my toilet, in essence. You are either a troll or a buffoon.
Because that concept has never been presented, right, guys? That God does all, right?
It's called a logical fallacy, okay? And so what he's doing now is personal attacks, ad hominem attacks against you. So the bottom line is as intelligent as he tries to pretend like he is, he should not have to resort to logical fallacy and do personal ad hominem attack.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, he was able to get back on script. Once you was gone, he was able to get back on script.
Oh, yeah, once I was muted. So let's listen.
Do not take this opportunity. If you just called in for an opportunity to try to, I'm just going to complain about Matt. Okay, cool. Join the crowd. But the thing is, I'm sitting here giving you a microphone and an audience where you can explain to us all how it is that, how and why you are convinced that there's a God that does anything, and you are fucking wasting
He
it.
didn't even. He noticed he moved the goalpost.
Egotistical.
Wait, he moved the goalpost. He didn't ask me that.
Nope.
What?
Well, he changed the questions every time he
Yeah,
paused.
he never. That wasn't his question.
Right.
No.
Let's go back, and I want you to hear what this last question he told.
Who is God for you? What does God for you? Where is God for you? What does
Yeah, he said, "What is
when,
your
where,
God
what?"
and
You know
what
what I'm
is
saying?
your
Why
God
is
do?"
God doing it?
Yeah, and every time he gets upset and he won't let me finish.
But the thing is, I'm sitting here giving you a microphone and an audience where you can explain to us all how it is that, how and why you are convinced that there's a God that does anything.
How and why you were convinced that he didn't ask me that. He never asked me that. He never asked me how and why I'm convinced that there's a God that does anything. He asked me, what does your God do? He never said, how and why are you convinced? Did he?
No.
I mean, am I confused?
No. It's probably something he probably wanted to add on in his mind, ask you another question, but you couldn't even get to another question with him.
And to be honest, if I say my God does all, well, how do you know that? Because my God is all powerful. That's how. Remember, this guy is rushing me along. He said, we want to know how and why your God does anything. The how is because my God does everything, because my God is all powerful. I said, my God is, didn't I say my God is everywhere or something like that? At this point, shit, you gotta watch the replay, but I know he's the one that's bugging.
And you are fucking wasting it.
You're wasting. He said I'm wasting my opportunity to get a mic and no, I got a lot of time. I got a lot of time for you on this platform.
It by whining about me or anything else. You have offered not a single cogent thought. You have offered, this is my belief. This is what I think. I don't give a shit.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta look at you guys. You have offered, this is my belief. What else was I supposed to offer? Didn't he ask me what I believe? Anybody?
Yeah, he just wanted to change the narrative that to make him look better than what actually happened. And what's the guy that's always laughing at Johnny Carson's jokes? Because that's what the black dude is. What's that guy that used to always laugh at Johnny Carson's jokes?
Oh, I know.
Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon.
Black Light. He was embarrassed. He actually was out of his. I've seen him like that before on other panels. Again, he's on his home turf, but I mean, I think he really was just redeeming himself from just I know it's late, guys, so let me finish and let me let the rest play out. And I appreciate y'all being here.
I want to know why you believe it and why should we believe it. I don't know why this is so difficult for you, Nepal. Let's try again.
He's stupid.
I'm going to be as magnanimous as I can
He's
be.
Gaslighting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Nepal back. Nepal is now going to explain how each of us can be aware that there is a God that is omnipotent, omniscient, and does things. Nepal, try again.
Never said anything about how each of them can be aware.
Right.
I said my. That's why I kept saying my.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was his initial.
Okay, are you going to mute me when I start saying things you don't like?
Okay, I'm going to mute you right now because
he didn't like that.
I said, "Are you going to mute me?" What'd you say?
His initial question was about your God. And then all he did was go back to your concept when he asked you, well, why do you believe it? He went right back to your answer. It's crazy.
Yeah, and now you're going to try to convince us and tell us why your God. And then when I said, are you, because at this point, why am I trying to explain? Fool, I know what's going on. You're just here to humiliate me. So you know me. I'm like, are you going to mute me again? So here it is.
Yeah, he's framed you like forcing your beliefs down everybody's throat. Oh, here she is trying to force her beliefs.
You're a preschooler that doesn't know how to have an adult conversation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Magnanimous as I can be.
I'm a preschooler, but he can't stop muting me like a child who doesn't like
Exactly.
You know how little
And calling your name.
You know when babies put their hand over their parents' mouth, like, no, that's what he's like. And then the brothers cheerleading, like, yes.
Ed McMahon used to
Ladies and
say
gentlemen,
yes.
welcome Nepal back. Nepal is now going to explain how each of us can be aware that there is a God that is omnipotent, omniscient, and does things. Nepal, try again.
Okay, are you going to mute me when I start saying things you don't like?
Okay, I'm going to mute you right now because you're a preschooler that doesn't know how to have an adult conversation.
Yep.
And now you're going to sit there and wait so that when I bring you back on, you can.
And it's funny that he said that because people who've worked panels, you know how you feel about that. Like that is a way to really make someone feel disrespected. But for me, I wasn't caring because he can't disrespect me when I know he's just gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like me because what I didn't appreciate is someone tried to compare this guy to my husband. So Sonnetter never acts like this. He never does this. This is just blatant disrespect out the box for no reason to everybody. It's not like it's not like I was in a heated discussion with him, right? That happens. Like if I come to somebody's panel and we're going back and forth, I could get it. It was like, no, let me mute you because you're out of control. This guy is just like, oh, I want to be rude. I'm just going to try to humiliate you and I'm going to be as nasty as possible. So this guy, I'm not crying. I'm not upset about that. But I'm just pointing out how the gaslight of the people who are like, he was trying so hard with you. Somebody actually in the chat said, he was trying so hard and you wouldn't answer the question or he wasn't rude at all. This is madness. They are.
Whine again? I already told you, stop whining. Just get to it. You are embarrassing yourself.
See, and that's why in the comments, they're like, you embarrassed yourself. And even the mindless, talk about vacuous, the mindless people that follow him were like, you embarrassed yourself so badly on there. The show is to try to embarrass people who believe in God. But when I'm embarrassed, I know when I'm embarrassed. I don't know why I would be embarrassed for him. Other than, okay, I get it. They think that I should have my feelings hurt because he was muting me out and being rude. But he's proving my point that that's all atheists want to do is try to hurt people for not believing like them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you want to say something before I push the play button?
No, go. I just wanted to say this. I want the panel to let you finish out the video.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You saying something?
No, I was just saying. I was just wait. I just want to let the panel let you finish out the video.
Okay, I'm gonna let it go.
To the entirety of the internet, I keep giving you opportunities, and instead of using those opportunities to defend your position, you instead want to whine that I keep interrupting you for failing to make any attempt to defend your proposition. So this is your last chance.
Focus on the fact that
So
you
now
said that.
And now I'm supposed to be defending what proposition? What?
But you know what? Listen, this is how you know that he didn't have an argument for your thing. He wants to focus on the word that you said that you interrupted him, not what you said, and he don't want to break down what you said to an atheist standpoint of where you're wrong. He wants to focus on where you're whining and all these other things. You're whining.
Which was a lie. I wasn't whining.
You didn't answer my question. Everything else other than getting to the point of what you said and breaking that down. Now, if I was an atheist, instead of me focusing on the fact that you said that I cut you off or whatever, I would argue the point. Okay, you said he was omnipresent. Let me show you how he's not, based on atheism. That would be a better argument. But what he's doing here is he's catering to his audience because his audience is probably in the chat room like, oh my God.
Oh yeah, they love it. They want him to do that. That's what he's doing. This is for his work. And for you notice how he changes. He's like, basically, you're talking about my opinion, but then you don't want me. When he's saying your proposition, like, okay, but you said I'm not. Basically, you're saying it's stupid for me to have this opinion that my God does this and that. But you asked me. I'm not trying to come in here like I basically called in about veganism, but I was ready for the theism stuff. He just is all over the place. It's really almost over. I won't pause it until he gets.
And he wants to be able to, like, okay, let's focus on this point. And this guy's like, yep.
You again?
I appreciate you guys staying so late. I'm really gonna let it play now.
I do. Don't whine. Don't ask if I'm going to mute you. Don't just tell us how we can know that God is real, that God does something.
What?
I'm begging.
Make your God proud.
And if you do anything else,
to know, so
it will be a failure. And it will be a clip that lives forever with you doing nothing but whining when given an opportunity to defend your belief. So let's try this again. I'm going to unmute Nepal. Nepal, how can we be aware that God does things?
As I tried to impart myself before, I got muted several times.
Impart now. Okay.
Guess who's muted again, Nepal? As I tried to impart myself. Again. I'm sorry. Why don't you go look up impart and call me back? Goodbye.
He said he thinks he's talking to just I don't know.
Yeah, he's in the
He's so rude, but I'm gonna show. So so it's 105.51. I'm gonna go forward to 107.
Means to communicate,
right? And in a religious conversation, I'm gonna show you it's acceptable, but he's trying to use that. You wouldn't say impart yourself if you were like, doing a lecture or having a conversation with somebody about how's your day. Well, let me impart myself. No, that doesn't work. But you asked me about my belief in God. So that's absolutely acceptable to say. But let me show you.
You're kind of too intelligent for him. He wanted you to come up there on like some.
Yes.
Well, let me tell you about my Jesus.
And you know what's funny? A brother who's a black man who's in this community said, you sounded like an angry black woman. Whatever. And so that goes back to what you said, Yara, about it being manosphere and 7 Asar. Look at it. It's at 105.51 is when he kicked me off after I said I'm trying to impart myself. We'll go to 107.39 and see if he's still talking about me.
By the way, went well because we recognized the difference between moral obligations and duties. I asked them repeatedly to make the case for why it's an obligation, and they could get no further than their opinion. Okay. When I say that someone is being irrational, that's not
still talking about me. Let's keep going. Let me go to 109.16.
Because omnibenevolence would definitely be in conflict with.
Still talking about me. Remember, I said omniscient, and then he's going into all about. He's explaining.
He did that with you on the phone. All the omnibenevolence and
remember, he had to rush through it, right? So we're already 4 minutes after he kicked me off.
You know who else does this? Is that guy No Fugazi.
Oh yes, he's
another one. Does the same exact thing. He mutes you, and then he gives mutes you, and then gives a speech about what you blah 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 blah, and that's a whole tactic to like be able to seem like you.
Yes. So let's see. We're at 105. I mean, we're at 110, and it was originally 105.
What does your God do?
He's still talking about me 5 minutes later, but I thought he had a bunch of people waiting. 111.
It's definitely raining outside. My psychic told me.
He's still talking about me. We're at 7 minutes now. Let's go. Let's try to go a little further.
He's trying to give you a platform, honey.
Let's go to 115.
Look at how many people coming up there trying to interrupt all them from getting up there, and with your omnipresence.
Look at 10 minutes in. Let's see if he's still talking about it.
Required to be able to play the game at my fucking level.
He's still talking about me. Let's see if we could go to. Let's see, 105.
Coming up there, he can't even hold the phone line.
Is that brother's name Durante?
Create your own website by saying, "This is what I want." With Wix,
there's so many people up there, man, trying to get up on that phone line that he just can't contain them.
Right. So let's see. Actually, that's why I want to see exactly how long he talked. I said 30 minutes. No, it was actually he went from 105 to 116. Let's see here. Let's see.
Station to the table.
Yeah. I mean, Eric's calling
Okay.
from
So he talked about me for a good 11 minutes after he, for some reason, thought, oh, remember, he had to rush it along. So let me just look at this, show you this, where he lied about the Parahas, and then he tried to make me look like I'm stupid when I said, right here. Let me just read it. When I said I'm trying to impart myself.
And can we also say that that other guy had on some BCGs, birth control glasses? I mean, in the military, we call them BCGs. He had the BCGs on. Those are birth control glasses, like welfare glasses. You know, go on ahead and go to Pearl Vision. They're $20 and just get your better optical plan.
Okay, we called him pop bottle, but hey, if it was just him, I think it would have gone a different way. But we had Matt. What do you call him? Delusion. What do you call him? Black Sage. Hello.
Being Black Sage. That.
Oh, I think he's. Where'd he go? Oh, I think he had to go. But I appreciate him coming in. I'm gonna finish this right here. I'm gonna read this. Can I ask a question? Can I impart myself when I want to explain my belief in God? Yes, you can impart yourself when explaining your belief in God. It is important to express your personal beliefs and experiences, as they can help others understand the depth of your faith. You can demonstrate your belief by using evidence and examples. Now, he's saying, oh, you didn't use that word correctly, but in this conversation, it's acceptable. What does the word impart mean? We know it means to give, convey, or grant someone with information, communicate information, right? And I wanted to communicate information about myself and my beliefs. So thank you to Black Sage, Judah Naz, the people who left. Asarim Ka still here. Oh, Asarim Ka still here. He did it. He stayed with us. Shu Amun, Seven Asar, DJ Genesis, Rock Hafu, also known as Neil. Thank you to everybody who joined. Oh, Brother La. Just gonna go around, give your last final thoughts. You stuck with me so long. I appreciate you. And then I'm gonna close out, and hopefully we can do another one of these on Monday. I want to see you all back. Yeah, he's sleeping, huh? Probably it's late as hell. And I want to say thank you to those who are here, and it's so late. So who's on the East Coast? You can go first. Nobody? No East Coasters? Okay, you are okay. Shua Moon, thank you for joining. Will you give us your final words, and I can move on to the next person?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Queen Napa. It's an honor. Look, I've been watching that show off and on for a couple of months now. I would say, to be fair, again, nobody really answers the questions the way I'm sure you did, that kind of threw him off, and that's why he got upset. So yeah, I gotta give you your props as always. You gotta get your props on that. You know, I want to say peace to brother Asar and Ka, peace to brother Seven Asar and sister DJ Genesis. I mean, again, I learned from everybody. It's an honor to be on here with everybody, and yeah, I look forward to being here next time around. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And H. Millette, she's also one of the eyes in the sky. She said, "Don't you run back over there and be messy." Go on, tell me what he's doing over there, H. Millette. It's okay, but you know what I want to say though. Take that with a grain of salt. The sister, she's being serious, but you don't have to take it so seriously. But I do take it seriously, because I know sometimes when you're in a certain forum, it's like, I don't know, what is that? You know how you road rage? Like, you're a great
I do want to go over there on some, like, just be a troll and just be saying some wild, but I'm not going to do it.
It's okay. But when you know how you're somewhere else, I'm not just talking to Shuamun. you know, road rage. You could be a totally great person, like, okay, I'll see y'all later, and get in your car, turn it, you start driving. Get the who do we lose? Oh, we lost a SAR. Well, peace. Thank you for joining us. You know, you start driving like, get the hell out my way. So don't change, brother. Come back Monday. In all seriousness, I have some more guests coming, and but I'm glad you also saw. Damn, you lost 7 too. 7 probably said, I gotta go. Shit. Thank you for joining 7. Shua Moon, you saw what happened though. You know, see, I'm a tough cookie, but you saw how I went on how our brother Cube tried to say, oh, don't you see? You did the same thing over here. Everybody hates you, Napa. Look at how they said you embarrassed yourself and how you wouldn't be quiet for Matt. Did you see anything of me trying to talk over Matt or not being quiet for him?
No, I was confused the whole time as to why he was even saying you were whining. I mean, I think he may have been projecting, if anything, because I don't know. I didn't see it. I honestly didn't see it. And, you know, as I said with Brother Cube, I told him, like, I mean, I don't know if he saw my message, but I said, you know, 2 things. One thing I said was the ego is the most dangerous thing to be used by. And I hope, I mean, he did see that, but I hope he didn't take that as I was referring to you. I was saying that in general. Because we could see that being played out. You definitely triggered Matt's ego in that sense, right?
Say that again. Let me put you on the big screen. Cube, this brother is not biased. He saw the whole interaction. What did you say I did to Matt Delahunty?
Well, I was saying that, I was talking about Brother Cube. I think he did see my message.
I triggered his ego.
Yeah, I think I was saying that the ego was the most dangerous thing to be used by. So you want to make sure you use your ego and not be used by it. And I think you may have triggered him in a sense because you weren't playing along, though it's his platform, but you answered the question. You know, you answered the question based on what you believe. This is what you believe your God does. Your God. He asked you about your God. And so, you know, therefore, I feel like you answered the question. I don't think you were whining at all. I didn't see it.
Thank you. And you know what? He wouldn't even let me answer. And I still got the precise information out that he asked for. Indigenous says Cube was trying to humiliate Nepal for Matt's approval. You know, it seemed like he was. Look, I invited Cube to this particular build. I don't really, you know, I know Cube. I haven't had any issue with him. But when he tried to do the whole, I've been so nice to you, but I'm going to really tell you about yourself. This is what Senator has to deal with. It just let me know that he was on some personal stuff because what are you talking about? Matt Delahunty is nothing compared to Senator. He's rude. He's nasty. He's not as intelligent, and he damn sure isn't as smooth with that microphone. Senator can get you in the hot seat and let you talk forever. And then he'll be like, are you done? Then he'll come in. He's not scared. So, yeah, that night was wild, but I'm not worried about it. I'm ready to debate Cube, though. What he did was put himself in my sights because I would love to get, you know, he's like the starter. You know how you need a punching bag to train for the greats? So I ultimately would like to debate Matt Delahunty or the Sister Mandisa, but I'm willing to debate Cube in a debate about atheism. So thank you, Shua Moon.
Can I say this last thing before you pass it to the sister DJ Genesis real quick? I did also say this to Q, and I'm going to respectfully share with you because I really do look at what you have done. Like, I remember when I first saw doing this thing, and then you came onto the platform, and then all of a sudden it was just incredible. Like the the knowledge, the information, and like how you get into like the esoteric when it comes to the, like, you know, just the scriptures and stuff like that, right? I feel like also just when it comes to what I say about the ego, remember you're a hell of a debater, right? But you also have the ability to teach. And I was trying to get him to understand that as well. Like, look, man, like you gotta, you know, consider like trying to teach and not so much getting debate, because maybe debating.
I gotta just consider, or he has to consider.
I was saying that to him, that maybe he should consider not so much debating but teaching, so that way it's not. I guess the word from what I'm saying is like, so that way it don't get so personal.
Millette telling you to stop it though. Were you over there? Well, it's okay. Were you over there talking smack on me? Were you talking?
Nah, I don't do that. I don't do that. Again, I was explaining to him that he needs to consider not debating and more so teaching, because remember I said to you earlier,
teaching
you
who?
have not, huh?
Teaching who?
Teaching in terms of the people who are going to be willing to see the debate, because like I said, you're a hell of a debater. So even when you debate them, teach them in a you know, teach them in that debate style. That's all I'm saying. Because at the end of the day,
listen, whatever you said there, I'm looking at H. Millette, so it's water under the bridge. It's all good. I'm glad you were here. But let me make it clear.
Now I can't see that. I can't see what she's saying for the
listen,
record, because remember my vision.
Teach me anything about things that I need. If you meant like him, I heard him saying that I don't know anything about his religion. I'll say that again. I heard him saying, I don't know anything about his religion. One more time. He said, I don't know anything about atheism and I should listen to him, and I'm calling it his religion. So he could teach me about his religion and how they do things, his religion, because I'm not an atheist. Yeah, it's all love, exactly. But Q can't teach me anything about this topic because he's confused. Just like when I had to get in here and beat up on my last debate a person who says God doesn't do any human sacrifice, but says they're covered in the blood of Jesus and that Jesus was a human sacrifice. I'm okay. It's just that they're just like, okay. So anyway, it's all good. It's all love.
All power to you. You're a hell of a debater and teacher. That's the only reason why I said it.
Thank you, brother.
Peace and love. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love. Thank you for staying with us. We'll see you again in the next build. Stay tuned.
Yes.
Subscribe to all the channels in the platform, and you have a great evening. All right. Yes, you take care. Last but not least, we've got Sister Genesis, DJ Genesis, who waited so long. You can just go. Anybody who needs to leave, you can leave. But we're going to listen to Genesis on her closeout. And then I might even just play a nice little song at the end. Go ahead, Genesis. What's your take on these atheists and Matt Dillahunty and just the whole situation?
You know, the funny part of it is that, you know, I think there's a lot of, and I'm not going to get into politics, but it's like this new generation of Black folk that like to get behind these leaders, these white leaders, and then they sit there and coon the whole time. This Black guy sitting next to him while he is talking, cursing out a Black woman, and he just sit there with his bulbous fingers, rubbing his head, rubbing his thing, can barely see BCG glasses, and he is just like seeming like here we go, you know, and so it validates this guy. It makes it seem like, and the thing is, he couldn't bring you up on a panel with him and go toe to toe with you. He had to have this guy over here to agree with you with his truck driver, gamer earphones on.
I used to have those headphones, by the way.
You can tell he wears them too much because he has like a little indentation.
Don't be so mean to him. We might need to bring him over. Don't go in on him too personally.
Listen. To me, I look at it like I don't like the fact that he was up here agreeing with him.
Yeah, it was crazy.
At no point he had to use, and the same thing Cube does is once he begins to lose, he begins to attack you personally.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that's all atheists have is like
Answer
Say
my
that
question.
again. I'll ask you a question. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes.
Hold on, Genesis. You need to cook slowly. Say that again. Once an atheist is losing, what do?
They give you a question. Okay, listen, I'm gonna ask you a question. All right. So what's this? All right, yes or no? Yes or no? No. Don't answer it like the way you want to answer it. It's either yes or it's no. Yes or no. Because they want to like take you down a road that's going to lead to their conclusion. And the bottom line is if you really had an argument, you wouldn't need to do that. You'd be able to argue your point without trying to guide the conversation down the road to hell, you know? And me as a person that's like I'm not into Abrahamic faith, but I do respect Abrahamic faith. I respect all the different types of faith in the world. And so for atheists to come into this when the majority of the world believes in God, and then they think that they're the only smart people in the world is insane. And then they're sitting up here on these panels and wanting to debate everybody about what their belief system is. It's almost like the Trumpers. So you have like the Trump situation, then you have the atheist situation. You have people that sit on these panels and want people to agree with them. And I don't believe that a black atheist, where are we going with this? Black atheism? Since when do black people that are very in tune spiritual people go into not believing? There's something innately wrong with that because we know that we are some of the most we go through some of the most hard trodden times in life, and you need God in those situations.
Fuck. Yeah.
At times you don't even know what the hell's gonna happen. So how do you even get through life just believing in nothing? How do you get through your issues? You just believe in yourself? Well, honey, good luck with that. Even if you believe that God was within you, I would take that. You know, but to just believe in nothing and everything just happens and everything just effed up. What is your way to? That's why they're so angry at everybody else, and they always want you to tell them what God is because they don't feel God.
Yeah,
they don't feel God. They don't see God. God is gone from their life. The moment they take on that cloak of atheism, God is gone from them, and they spend the rest of their life trying to ask everybody else to prove God to them.
Yeah, that's it.
And they don't have God.
That's right.
So I think I appreciate the fact that you actually tried to show some knowledge about, okay, this is what God is, because they don't have no concept of it. And this is not a black or any people of color thing. This is something that came from people that are like that are devoid of God. No offense, not talking about white people like that, but I'm just saying there's a certain devoidness that goes on of the people that like are so cerebral. They think that they are above God. Because they're always creating all these things, AI and all this stuff. They've been trying to mimic God their whole entire existence on this earth, destroying the earth, destroying nature. All they do is destroy nature. So therefore, you know what I'm saying? And then we're gonna jump on the bed.
You're killing it right now. I had to throw the dagger.
Come on, and listen, I did not want to like really go into like racism and the racial aspect.
No, yeah, but you know what, Genesis, we need to do each like the next thing we do Monday. I want to do something Monday. We will have some atheists there, hopefully, so it will get a little intense. Let's do a topic of like
race.
Honestly, what I want to do is how black people are embracing atheism so much. Like,
what the hell is that about? What's
going on with y'all? Why y'all doing that with all that melanin? But anyway, thank you for your close.
That is so against our being as a whole, because we are one with God. So why would we ever turn away from God? That's crazy.
Yeah, let me see what Indigenous. Thank you so much, Genesis. Let me see what Indigenous Black man said. He said the HOK debate Coliseum. Have you noticed? None of them showed up to rebuke my presentation on Sonetta Studios. Laugh my A off. Yeah, you need to come into the conversation, Indigenous, when we do it Monday. So peace to everybody. Thank you for moderating H. Millett all this time. I appreciate you. And to any mods that I missed, thank you. Genesis, thank you for joining. I'm going to
say real quick because they are destroying the earth. Listen, anybody in New York, please be careful with the Legionnaires. Wear your face masks. You know, they are trying to kill us. I don't know why, but they just want the earth to themselves. They've been trying to kill us for the longest. Yeah. They're trying to take God away from the earth. They're trying to take everything away from us. And so we need to like get back on our dean and like really understand who we are. And when you take God out of our lives, and then what? When you take
we're completely naked.
Essence, what are we then? Don't get into this atheism crap. That's the only thing we have going for us, man. It's the connection with God.
That's right. And this is and with that said, I'm gonna play a song by KOT. He says he stands for Yah. He's talking about God. Whether you call God Yah, Aludamare, Allah, Jesus, we're talking about you got to have something. And when you conceptualize that there is something beyond you, that makes you greater than those who conceptualize that there is nothing at all and they reject it. So remember that. That's what we say. That's what we say as theists, right? So thank you for joining. Genesis, let me play this song. And I will see you guys. Hopefully you'll be back Monday. You will. I want to see you.
I'll be in the back because I have to show you my daughter.
I think we're gonna have well, I'm gonna tell you in the background, but it's gonna be an atheist that you have bumped heads with before, so it'll be good. Peace, everybody. Ascend to Phoenix. I see you. Peace. This is a good song. Mute out.
Stand up for y'all, but I don't need anything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. That's loyalty, that's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above. I stand up for y'all, but I don't everything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. Never change. Loyalty, that's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above. I stand up for y'all, and the spirit in me. Stay out that black, cause that's some bricks he will be in me. I love that brother with a fan, cause they ain't really friendly. Sleeping on the floor, head down, they don't really fit me. Raised them on like he was 10, no, they don't really hit me. Women make me blow and smoke, it's a chimney. Ain't no joke, I'm on it with me. I'm known from blocks to hoods, no need to mention names. Oh yeah, we do this for y'all, but that don't mean anything. If for them babies, they had nothing but a breathe for rain. If for them young ones, they would be, it would raise the pain. I bring that sword from my mouth, we gon' make a change. I stand up for y'all, I won't breathe his name. I stand up for y'all, but I don't need anything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. That's loyalty, that's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above. I stand up for y'all, but I don't everything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. Never change. Loyalty, that's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above. Stay on my toes and watch my back, I know them never street me. Walk with the spirit, got that word, they can hear it breathing. Don't rub my back, don't grab my fringe, no, I hate that genie. That spirit bird, can I be moving, no, you can't see me. I'm not from this I can feel your pain, cause they don't care about it. Walk through that fire for them. Like, yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, I got it. You don't know, it's just
like the video, thumb up the video.
And I play with them. I stand up for y'all, but I don't need anything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. That's loyalty, that's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above. I stand up for y'all, but I don't everything. No, he got my back and he won't ever change. Never change. Loyalty, it's loyal. Me from the bottom, me from above.